Paradise meets playground. The party never ends as we welcome you inside the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino for some BYB Extreme action. Tonight, a title is on the line for the very first time. We have the semifinals of our 185-pound tournament as we are set for 10 great fights. Right here, right now, we welcome you to BYB 6. Hi again, everybody. I'm Mike Goldberg, joined by our entire commentary team, starting with the man, the myth, the legend, who got it all going, Dada 5000, the founder. He knows what's going on. Two-time world champion, Paulie Malignaggi. 1983, you led the league in scoring, Benny? Yeah, Benny Ricardo, and of course my good friend Dave Ryan. And Rhino, I want to start with you because you've been at the commentary table for a couple of these events. You've seen it grow along with Dada, so tell us kind of the chronological order of what you've seen so far.
It's just awesome. This is the culmination of where we are, Dada, really, with BYB Extreme. I mean, it started in the backyard a couple miles south of where we are here in the 305 in Miami, and now we have the best card yet with Christine Knuckle Stanley and Patricia Juarez going head-to-head. That will be a tremendous title fight. You've got a belt to give out tonight. I've been fortunate enough to be Trigon side with everybody here. We're going to be doing interviews all night long with the winners and watching the great action. This will be the best night yet for BYB Extreme, Dada.
Definitely. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this has come so far because back in the backyard, we didn't have no time limit. We didn't have no rounds. It was no breaks. So to be here tonight, this is truly a dream come true, you know? And just to go over a few of the bare knuckle BYB Extreme rules, we are using 4-ounce gloves with the knuckles exposed. There's no 3 knockdown rule in effect. There is a 10-point scoring system. Punches in the clinch are allowed. Only the referee and the doctor can stop the match. This is a card that's action-packed, full of thrills and chills.
No question about it. You mentioned the title fight already, Dave, and that will be the very first belt given out here in BYB Extreme. And as I talked to him, there it is. There's the belt. That's a beautiful thing. Paulie, you know about belts. You owned 2 of them, my friend. You know a little bit about being around championship teams, Benny, but let's break it down. I want to get your thoughts on Christine Stanley. When we talked to her yesterday, she's soft-spoken, but when she gets in that Trigon, Paulie, she is a beast.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, big things come in small packages, and sometimes those small packages aren't very noisy either.
Right.
But once Christine gets in the ring, you're gonna in the Trigon. Christine gets in the Trigon, you're gonna see a different kind of demeanor come out. Someone that loves to fight, is at home inside the Trigon, is at home in combat.
And Patricia Juarez comes from a true boxing family. Her older sister, Barbie Juarez, a 5-time world champion. Her younger sister is looking to defend her belt tonight in Mexico. Could be a 2 golden night for the Juarez sisters.
Absolutely, and they all train in Mexico City where the air is so thick I took a bite out of it and I got a taco. But you know, here's the thing. These girls have incredible stamina, and they were great athletes. They grew up by playing soccer. They were so good they'd beat everybody, then afterwards they'd have to fight them. So it was always a fight. This is a girl that just absolutely was born to fight. Patricia Juarez has been fighting her whole family, you know, with her whole family. So she's going to give us a great show.
It's a great get, and it will be a great title fight, our very first title fight. And Rhino, that's where we've come, to giving out a title. And I think we're making a statement that the first title is in the women's division.
No question about it. And I think when you look at Christine and what she comes from and who she is, this is someone who at one point was 180 pounds. She was too heavy. She was not comfortable with herself and dedicated herself to get into better shape and to work so hard. She's a precise puncher. She has been very impressive before. We've seen her in Cheyenne before, Dada. She will end this fight quickly if she gets her opportunities. In her spare time, when she's working for one of her jobs, she's a painter. She's trying to paint a masterpiece tonight and win a title.
Yes, I agree 1,000%. She's up against a very tough opponent. You know, I got a chance to watch Patricia, you know, warm up, and Christine says, hey, listen, I want a fight. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she's gonna be in one tonight.
No doubt about it. 185-pound tournament continues. the semifinal matchups are set. Benny, let's talk about Rene, White Boy Rodriguez, Matt Delanoit, Little Bad Blood, both men very dangerous.
Absolutely. Matt Delanoit is a guy who's had 41 MMA fights, and he's also 2-0 in bare knuckle. He loves it. He's got this great right hand, but a very sneaky left hook, and that's what he plans to get. He says, I've watched Rene time and time again, and I've got my strategy down pat. But, you know, that's easier said than done, because in that Trigon, there's really no place to go. Rene Rodriguez, on the other hand, here's a guy who started bare knuckle in 2009 and then had a 10-year layoff, came back, has got 2 quick wins right off the bat. And here's a guy who says the Trigon for him is therapeutic because the guy's going to be there. He doesn't have to go looking for it. The rules, the only thing he doesn't like is the Thai plum. Otherwise, he said it's set up for a very clean type of fight. So he's going to bring it. He's going to bring from all different angles. And he said he doesn't fear the man, he fears the loss.
Yes.
That's an interesting psychological thing to use.
I like when he said that. He said that to us, Paulie, yesterday in the interviews. And if you looked at the favorite a few months back, everybody was talking about John Michael Escoboza. Jomi Escoboza. He's long, southpaw, utilizes the jab, and he is going against a very experienced Brazilian.
Well, here's the thing. You think about BYB, the most exciting form of combat, because the Trigon forces so much action. So you think about something knockouts. You think of exciting fights. Well, Jomi Escoboza kind of brings you a little bit of both. He gives you the contact, he gives you the excitement, he gives you the knockouts, but he also somehow brings a little bit of technique inside that small Trigon. And he's had success both in dynamite fashion, and if he has to, he can be technical as well. Now, here's the thing about Sergio Melo. Sergio Melo is a guy with a vast, extensive MMA career. He's durable. He's a guy who's been in there with a lot of guys, and he feels comfortable in there. He feels comfortable fighting, and he's never felt uncomfortable taking a knock or two. The thing about that has me worried about Sergio Melo, though, is he's too comfortable getting hit sometimes. And with Escoboza, he may be comfortable getting hit, but this is bare knuckle, and those cuts open up right away. Trust me, I know. And once they do, are you going to be as comfortable? The doctor's going to let you fight. You're going to have to deal with other things that maybe you wouldn't have to deal with if there were gloves in the mix. That's what I'm curious about in this fight. It's my favorite fight on the card, and I can't wait to see it.
I cannot wait to get started. 10 fights inside the mighty Trigon. Dada 5,000-yard leader. Do you mind if I throw the break with this? How about here we go? Battles inside the mighty Trigon. Our tale of the tape for our first fight of the night. Middleweight fight at 155 pounds. Paulie, Nick Villar, and Gabriel Freyre.
But he's a shorter guy, 5'5" to Villar's 5'7", so very interesting. We'll see if he chooses to go at a distance, not that you have much distance to the Trigon anyway, or if he chooses to try to get on the inside, being he's shorter. It's a weird psychology here. A lot longer arms, but much shorter. Weight is the same at 156 pounds. Villar just a little older. We're ready for the action.
We certainly are. They are going to get us started here inside Hard Rock Live as we get it to the man inside the Trigon, the voice, Bob Alexander.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to Hard Rock Live inside the fabulous Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Tonight, BYB Extreme, in association with Karma Coin, proudly presents BYB 6. An evening of sensational professional bare knuckle boxing for your entertainment. Tonight's matchmaker is Mel Valenzuela. Want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, there is no flash photography during tonight's bouts and no lighted cell phone filming, please. Tonight's bouts are under the auspices of the Florida Athletic Commission. The chairman is Dr. Mark Williams. The vice chair, Mrs. Tina Pike. The commissioners, Dr. Anup Patel, Mr. Tobias Roche, and Mr. Jeremy Webby. The executive director is Patrick Cunningham. The assistant executive director is Timothy Shipman. Ringside coordinator, Brian Tilley. All bouts tonight will be scored under the 10-point must system. Ring officials assigned by the Florida Athletic Commission. The attending ringside physicians are Dr. Alan Wen, Dr. Carlo Guevara, and Dr. David Abbasi. The judges scoring at ringside, Richard Green, Michael Tate, Vicente Rodriguez, and Manuel Marquez Jr. The timekeeper is Dorian Mirasola. Counting for the knockdowns will be the alternate referee, and the referees in charge of the action, Wayne Spinola and William Clancy. Ladies and gentlemen, BYB Extreme would like to acknowledge and thank the Seminole Tribal Council of the Seminole Tribe of Florida for their support for this event. Thank you to Marcellus Osceola Jr., Chairman of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Mitchell Cypress, Vice Chair of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Christopher Osceola, Councilman for Hollywood, Florida. Larry Howard, Councilman for Brighton. Marianne Billy, Councilwoman for Big Cypress. Thank you also to James Allen, Chairman of Hard Rock International. Bo Guidry, President of Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Hollywood. Keith Sheldon, Senior VP of Entertainment for Hard Rock International. Dave Gold, Director of Entertainment, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Hollywood. Brett Annis, Director of the Box Office. Joe Paradise, Head of Production for Hard Rock Live, and Greg Lister, owner of Guerra Club, for his gracious hospitality at the club for our weigh-in. And now we are ready for BYB number 6. Making his way to the Trigon from the blue corner, Nick Villar.
Professional bare knuckle debut for Nick Villar. Benny, he is a Muay Thai practitioner, 25 Muay Thai fights in Thailand. So you and I have talked about it prior times. The clinch could be his key to success here tonight.
Exactly, and that's one of those things that as fighters, and of course you're going to get here in Gabriel Freyre, they're not used to someone holding their heads, and then coming in there, which is a legal move in Thai. The thing that's going to be interesting in this is the fact that as a Thai fighter, he's going to be on that back leg. He's going to want to lean back, okay? In this particular ring, you cannot go back. You got to go forward and you got to throw. Yep. If you're going to go back to try to get any leverage, you can't kick. So it's going to be interesting how he adapts that back foot to the front foot to coming forward and landing shots.
And we do know, and Paulie, you know, the Muay Thai stance is much different than the traditional boxing stance. Yeah. Then again, the Trigon stance can be a hybrid, right?
Yeah, exactly. It seems like it's going to have to be a hybrid because there's not a lot of maneuverability. But the difference between the boxing stance and the Muay Thai stance, and even with kickboxers, they stand a little higher because obviously you're dealing with kicks when it comes to Muay Thai and kickboxing. So you're going to notice guys stepping a little higher. Also, the way they come forward or backwards, their movement is in a bit of a walking fashion as opposed to their traditional front leg forward like boxing. In Muay Thai, you get kicked.
Yes, indeed. Nick Villar.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the red corner, Gabriel Freyre.
Gabriel Freyre, born in Tampa, fighting out of Huntington, West Virginia. Paulie, I got to do this to you right now because this is your guy. First off, he said he started MMA after his time in the Army because he saw Conor McGregor fight and he said, I can beat that guy. But here's the big one. He said, your fight against Artem, he lost money.
Oh, well, so he's here to earn his money. You know what? I lost money too, to tell you the truth.
Fair enough.
There's a reason I never want to know the name of those judges. But nonetheless, motivation, you find it for one place or another. He's got his motivation, and tonight we're going to see just how much motivation, because once you get in, there's one thing to be motivated out of there, but once you get in the Trigon, you find out just how motivated you really are when you first catch that first bare knuckle punch.
He is disciplined in 7 different martial arts, Benny, belted in 4, in between his time with his last professional MMA fight and now his bare knuckle debut. He won a judo tournament and competed in a boxing tournament at 185 pounds.
And you know, even before he got into the fighting game, hell of an athlete. He played rugby and football at Marshall University. Great all-around guy. Was a paratrooper, was in the service. And by the way, I'm so bummed out you brought up the bad memories about losing money, because I lost money on Paulie too. So
who didn't lose money that fight?
Here right now, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock, live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood, Florida, our first bout of the evening brought to you by BYB Extreme and Karma Coin. Scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the middleweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Vicente Rodriguez, Michael Tate, and Richard Green. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the black trunks. He weighed in at 156 pounds. Tonight, making his bare knuckle debut from Hartford, Connecticut, here is Nick Villar. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with white trim. He weighed in at 156 pounds. Also making his bare knuckle debut this evening from Huntington, West Virginia, here is Gabriel, the Warrior of God, Freyre. Referee Wayne Spinola with the instructions.
All right, guys, you know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. If you want to now, shake up. All right, step back. I'll get you guys started.
Wayne Spinola, our referee. Fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. The Muay Thai practitioner set to make his bare knuckle debut, Nick Villar out of Hartford, Connecticut. Warrior of God, Gabriel Freyre. That man right there in the red. I said gloves. That would be wraps. Wraps.
That's all you got here.
That's it.
And they don't cover the knuckle.
They do not.
Well, they say what, the Marquis of Queensberry took the bear out of knuckle, and there's barely been a fight. The bare knuckles are back now, and we got lots of fights.
And here we go.
There you go.
Nice jabs there by Freyre. He's trying to maneuver in there. It's interesting because the Trigon, there's not a lot of, big haymaker by Villar attempted.
Man, I got a cold from that shot.
There's not a lot of space, so I guess you can kind of swing for the fences, and he's doing that.
He is indeed, and Villar looked to utilize a body hook right there, and again, he's looking for the body bending.
But look when you watch Villar, what does he do? He steps back, and that's the thing with Freyre. Everything's going straight forward. So Villar's going to have to adapt to a different plan, and that is to go straight ahead. Don't be going back.
Yeah, it seems like now that initial onslaught that Villar had planned is a little bit calmer, and now the athleticism of Freyre is now starting to come into play with the step backs.
And he is quite the athlete, as Benny talked about.
And you know, Mike, this is why you can't wait in this sport. Look at the blood already. You got that blood, then that's going to be, okay, is the referee going to let it continue? Can they stop the blood? All those kind of things. So you got to bring it right off the bat.
And there's that jab again.
Freyre looks extremely comfortable, switching his stance back and forth. He's got a judo, Greco-Roman wrestling background.
Oh, great reflexes on Freyre. I tell you, we talked about his athleticism, and you know what? You can kind of see it, though, in his maneuverability, his hand-eye coordination, his ability to react to Villar's punches and see them coming and slip and slide. Villar is now much calmer because he realized I just can't just hit this guy. I may have to try to set something up, and I don't know if he's prepared for that. Let's see, because he's not even using a jab right now, and he's going to have to use a jab or something, a feint or something to get Freyre to bite and make a wrong move.
And Muay Thai can be vicious. There's no question about it. But the pace of it is not anything like the pace we're experiencing right here.
Well, you know, in Muay Thai, the view is vast, you know, and it's a long view. This is a very short view. There's not a whole lot of target to go ahead and hit. And the other thing is, look at the conditioning. Villar is breathing out of his nose. Started out that way, now he's got his mouth wide open. And Paulie, you can explain the danger of a fighter with a mouth open.
Yeah, you get gassed out and you start having your mouth open, but then you get hit with a hook and your mouth is going to stay open. Now you don't have a choice. Your jaw winds up broken. And right now, that jab of Freyre, it's been controlling the fight for him from the start, and it's been setting up everything else. And it's also been protecting him because it has not allowed Freyre not allowed Villar to get into range to land that big haymaker he's looking to throw. So again, that's why I said you can, you know, in boxing they say you can jab with a jab, but you don't hook with a hooker. And oh, big shots.
Looking for the finish right here. Late round one. Can he get it done?
You jab with a jabber, you don't hook with a hooker, but Villar is choosing not to jab with the jabber, and it's cost him big time in this round. He's not been able to get anything going.
Great start for Gabriel Warrior of God Freyre.
See some action in that last round as Freyre had trapped Villar on the ropes. And this was after these counter combination right here. And then Villar kind of ran out of ideas and just started covering up on the ropes. One thing I noticed Freyre in that first round, he looks down at his hands at times after landing some shots. You know, it looks like after that first round, if Villar doesn't make any adjustments here, his only hope is going to have to be to hurt Freyre's hands with his face. Yeah, kind of like Artem Lobov did to me in my fight. You know, you hurt your hands.
Exactly.
You hurt the other guy's hands with your face and your head, and then because he keeps hitting you, and maybe the output stops. Because right now, the only thing Villar has to hope for is Freyre's output to stop, so maybe he can get something going because he's not able to get anything going. You know, again, nothing, no jabs, no nothing. Let's see right here. Here's where he should be jabbing. Nothing. You see Freyre jab.
Doing a nice job of controlling the Trigon. And Villar just, he can't seem to find the rhythm. He's settled down, as you said, Benny, but the rhythm isn't quite there yet for his attack.
And you know what I like about Freyre is, you know, he probably talked about that jab. The jab is really good, but see, that right hand is ready to come in at any moment, and that's the key. So he's not just extending himself, but then he pivots, and then that right hand is in a perfect spot.
More attempted haymakers by Villar.
Big swing and a miss.
And Mike, you know, the thing is, we say Villar's calmed down, but I think the jab of Freyre is what's calmed him down. You know, I think he's got no choice. He's now a sitting duck, and he's like, I can't hit this guy. And I have to, I'm thinking, but you got to think and fight at the same time. You got to be able to chew gum and walk at the same time when you're in there fighting. Right now, Villar is not really thinking in there. If you look at him, he looks confused. He's in there. He's a tough guy. I mean, he's sitting there taking the shots, and he's hanging in there. Yeah. He doesn't care, but he's going to have to come up with some ideas.
And Mike, you know, you also get the feeling right now, too, with Freyre. He pretty much realizes, you know, Villar can't hurt him.
Right.
Cannot hurt him. So he's pretty much, you know, walking him down. And that's a key. Walk him down and then set everything up with that jab.
Gabriel started training in martial arts at age 4. 2 professional MMA fights. Half-dozen amateur fights. His debut MMA fight as an amateur was in Stockton, California. I don't think it was against one of the Diaz brothers, but I'm not certain. It might have been one of their teammates.
Everybody in Stockton is tough.
You got that right.
You grow up fighting over there.
Edison High School. I mean,
it's part of your DNA.
Yep. The 209. Round 2, 45 seconds.
Oh, the eye now. The eye, he got an eye jam. He's blinking out of his right eye is Villar. He's tough, but man, I don't know, guys. How much more can he take of this? He's not made a single adjustment yet. I mean, I made a joke about his only hope is to hurt Freyre's hands with his head, but in reality, you're going to have to take a lot of punishment if Freyre don't break his hands.
But, you know, Mike, that's the thing I was talking about. See, as a Muay Thai, he's going back.
Yeah.
That's constantly going back. And he's trying to get some kind of leverage or balance, but it's going back. It's on that back foot. There's no power from that.
You know what? He's less and less sturdy on his legs. He's less and less. If you look at it, you look at him moving around, he's moving around less and less sturdy. Look, and he's more and more confused. Again, like I said, I want to see two things from Villar. We're not going to see them at this point. Jab or a feint from the outside. Some feints, some jabs, set some traps. He's not able to do anything. He doesn't even have the ability. I don't know what his corner's telling him, but he's got to at least look at those two simple things and see if he gets a false reaction out of Freyre that he can take advantage of.
Breathe, take a deep breath for it. You can beat him with the jab. You're throwing the right hand from outside. And once you throw the jab, come in right behind him. Listen to me, look at me. Right behind him. Right behind him.
Freyre training out of the TKO Boxing Club in Huntington, West Virginia. Great first 2 rounds for Gabriel Freyre. Nick Villar, Gabriel Freyre, round 3.
He looks so composed, so relaxed. You know, you don't usually think of West Virginia to create fighters, right? I mean, at least I don't, but he looks so composed, like he came out, like he was born to fight in there, you know? He's so calm.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, this kid's an athlete. I mean, you've already shown. I mean, Mike talked about his judo. I mean, the guy played rugby. The guy played football. I mean, the competition, that's his arena.
Yeah, and that's one thing people don't realize when it comes to fighting. It's still a sport. Combat is still a sport. So natural DNA of athleticism will help you, and you can see that in Freyre. I mean, he's got a natural athleticism to him, and he uses it very well to his advantage.
Paratrooper in the Army about a decade ago. And the one thing, Paulie and Benny, you were talking about on the back foot. With a Muay Thai fighter, they can be on that back foot and utilize the teep, the front foot, as their jab. So they're kind of accustomed to that. So Nick being on the back foot, normally it's like, all right, my jab is my teep, which is foot jab in Thai. Can't do that here, obviously.
And he's not accustomed to using his hand, I guess, in doing that either, right?
It's true, yeah. Or they get in tight, elbows. So it certainly is an adjustment.
I saw him try a jab about 20 seconds ago, but there's another attempt. There's an attempt there, but he's trying. I mean, maybe this corner did tell him, but he's got to keep trying. He's got to keep sticking it out there. He's got to give Freyre something to think about.
You know what I find fascinating with Bareknuckle, though, and Bob and Paulie, you realize that with Lobo, is that when you go straight with that jab, that guy is right there in front of you.
Yeah, and it's a cutting shot. I mean, it's so fast. It's fast with 8-ounce gloves when I was fighting professionally, but with bare hands, I mean, it lands. Sometimes you don't even see it land. It's such a cutting shot, and Freyre has used it to such perfection.
Looking for that uppercut finish.
Give Villar some credit, man. He's tough dude. I've seen a lot of guys in the Trigon and Bareknuckle in general just go down from a lot less. I mean,
you don't fight professionally in Muay Thai in Thailand and not have some toughness.
Yeah, absolutely. Give this guy credit. I mean, both guys credit for the technique of Freyre. Very impressive to me. And Villar, I don't think a lot of guys would have still been hanging in there.
He's running out of gas, and that's because of the pressure and the offense of Gabriel Freyre.
But, you know, that's a shock to these guys, too, because
the corner might have to start stopping this.
First knockdown.
But, you know, that's the thing. The blows are not that concussive, Mike, so it's mainly exhaustion.
And that's a great point. That's a great point, Benny, because that's one thing I noticed with bare-knuckle knockouts. The guys can't throw as hard as in professional boxing or even in MMA, where there's enough padding where you can load up more heavier punches consistently. So a lot of the knockouts are just overwhelming. And it's starting to happen out of Villar finally. But he withstood a lot of this.
He's up.
right, you want to keep going? Okay. Time.
Tough dude.
Yeah, he's a tough man.
You know, we've talked about it. Obviously, boxing gloves, they were designed to protect the hands of the boxer, not the head. So you cut it down a little bit when you went to MMA, so it was less concussive. Now you take those MMA gloves off, and much to both your men's points, it looks bad, it feels bad, it bleeds, but the inner damage is lessened again.
And that's why it's a safer sport. As violent as it sounds, everybody at home, I know they don't want to believe it. People at home refuse to believe. I tell people all the time, I was like, was it harder than boxing? For me, it wasn't even close, actually, as far as the suffering. You actually are suffering in boxing because you're taking such heavy shots consistently once you start falling behind in a fight. In this, the shots aren't heavy. They can be mentally and psychologically uncomfortable because every shot is giving you a mouse or giving you a cut because it's bone-to-bone action, but the guys can't load up enough, so it becomes psychological. Do you want to stay in here getting cut up and getting all this, your face looking mangled? It's exterior damage, not interior damage.
And also, Mike, it's a rhythm. It's a 1-2. You can't be going 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't flail. You got to be precise. You got to punch through the index finger, the middle finger, transfer that through the weight that you have in your forearm. So you have to be very precise. So it's a calculated brutality.
And Freyre's really displaying that perfectly. I mean, he's picking his shots. He's in, he's out. Maximum 2-punch combinations. I think the doctor should be stopping this fight.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's got nothing.
I mean, credit to Villar for hanging in there. I mean, he's been essentially assaulted tonight, but
it's over. The corner talks to the referee. The decision is made. Gabriel Freyre by TKO at the end of round number 3 in his bare knuckle debut.
You know, guys, I wouldn't mind seeing both of these guys again. To tell you the truth, Villar against a less talented guy is going to give him hell because he'll stay in his face and he'll be throwing hard. He never lost the winning mentality until probably the very, very end. Even when he was losing, he kept trying to win the fight. And obviously, Freyre, I want to see just because I want to see just how good he can be. You know, he's a guy who has a lot more potential.
And my suggestion to Villar is to go fight in a Trigon. Because I think he realized in this one that there was no place to run. There was no place to run, and whatever strategy you may have as far as what you're going to do with your pivot and all that stuff, it went out the door with that jab.
And I think from the first moment of the fight, he came out shot hard shots right away. I think his initial thought going into the fight was, I'm going to be the aggressor, I'm going to be the boss. Because as soon as the opening bell rang, he threw a big right hand right away, and he was looking to be the boss. And then it sort of got taken out of him, you know? So I think another adjustment he's going to have to understand is, if you want to be the boss, you're going to have to join some technique to that boss mentality. Just because you feel like the boss doesn't mean you're going to be the boss. You're going to have to figure out a game plan in the midst of that as well, because he's got the mental part down. He's tough.
And you know what we did not see? Nick Villar utilize the clinch. And I'm not saying that that's his fault, but he was never able to get in. And good on Gabriel, because he knew he was fighting a Muay Thai guy. And that's where Nick would have had the advantage.
Yeah, he wasn't really able to. I don't think he was able to get close enough to really take advantage of that. And I'll tell you another thing about that inside clinch. Guys all sweaty. It's a lot harder to grab guys. You're not on the ground.
With your fight.
You guys slide right away. I felt like, you know, even when I was in there, not to keep bringing up my experience, it was easy to slide away, you know, or just to wrap you around the arms and that's it, you're done. Yeah. So if he would have got close, it would have been interesting to see if he would have been able to get that off. But credit to Freyre. Credit to Freyre.
Great debut, Bob Alexander, to make it official.
That's cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for both fighters, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood, your referee in charge, Wayne Spinola, calls a halt to the bout at 2 minutes, 59 seconds of the 3rd round. Your winner by TKO, Gabriel, the Warrior of God, Freyre.
Congratulations to Gabriel Freyre. That man is Scott Burt, the president of the official bare knuckle boxing sanctioning organization, the Police Gazette Boxing Corporation. We'll tell you more about that as we roll on.
Right remember where you at? Where you at? You want something in September? Hey, we'll take you make 155. You get here, cute. You want it?
Scott has done a great job.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Here's the highlights of the fight. There's some yelling going on outside the ring. But Freyre, again, with the pick in his spots, really nice. It is a lead right hand. There were at times where Villar just had no other choice but to kind of just cover up and try to get out of there. You see some other moments here. This was finally, after enough punishment, Villar was finally forced to take a knee. But I'm telling you, it wasn't easy to make that guy take a knee. He was taking some heavy punishment. And not only that, he was still trying to win while taking the shots. Big combination there. Is a lead right hand followed by a short jab. And again, I mean, sometimes Freyre would finally load up and get through the guard. Eventually, in the end, it was a succession of blows there, the body shot. Eventually, you know, Villar had taken too much, but I don't think it was any one shot in particular. I think it was just the combination of blows and the accumulation of blows.
Right. But I think mostly, too, he was exhausted.
Yeah.
He was totally gassed and exhausted. And I think, you know, when you talked about Mike, why wasn't he looking for that Thai plum? At that point, he was just trying to defend himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So 1 in the books, 9 big ones to go as we go up to the desk. Dave Ryan and the man, Dada 5000. Rhino.
All right, Goldie, thanks so much. Dada 5000, one of your key catchphrases when it comes to BYB Extreme is that every fight has a finish, and there never will be a fight in the mighty Trigon that goes the distance. This was a fun fight to watch for the middleweights. I thought Nick Villar, the guy set at Trigon's side, really hung in there, but in the end, Gabriel Freyre was too much. Set him up so well with a jab, able to finish him at the end of the 3rd round.
Yeah, see, what a lot of individuals, they don't understand is that the ideology behind, you know, the mighty Trigon ring. Could they hear me?
I can hear you. Keep going.
The ideology behind the mighty Trigon ring, you know, is very, very special, you know, and it's going to test every fighter that come inside there, their footwork, their heart, and everything, you know. And Nick Villar, you know, he fought a good fight, you know, but the pressure from Freyre, you know, was just too constant.
And the guys, Trigon side, I thought made a really good point, Dada, when they talked about Gabe Frye's athleticism. He's a former Army paratrooper. This guy was a collegiate rugby player, a college football player at Pikeville. Really good athlete. So many different disciplines within mixed martial arts and fighting. And I thought that all came to fruition here tonight. That's a guy who could go 5 rounds or beyond.
Definitely. I totally agree. You know, when you are an athlete, you know, the only thing that you have to do is train and just focus on whatever sport that you want to conquer. And for him to come out, I mean, I'm impressed.
So Nick Villar was in trouble without question from the beginning. We talked about how Gabe Freyre was so good with the jab. I thought, you and I watching here at the desk, at the end of the 2nd round, that Gabe could have put him away. And he didn't attack. There was a good 15, 20 seconds there where he could have finished that fight, but he didn't do it.
Exactly, you know, and I thought it. You know, I was over here, you know, like finishing because that's just who, you know what I'm saying, we are. I mean, we love confrontation. That's what the mighty Trigon was built for, to actually enforce confrontation. And we're going to see a lot of that here, Rhino, tonight.
22 by 22 by 22. There is no room to run. There is no room to hide in the mighty Trigon. Let's turn the page now. Talk about the welterweight 140-pound division. We got Y.L. Watson against Albert Speedy Martinez. How do you best preview this fight?
Wow, you know, I had the opportunity to watch Alberto Martinez out there in Wyoming. He's explosive. The fans are going to be in for a real treat, you know, and the real winners, you know, that are here tonight, Rhino, you know, are the fans that get a chance to watch this live.
Nothing quite like it, Dada. We're going to hang out from the setup here and send it back Trigon side of Goldie.
Rhino, thank you very much. It is the smallest surface in combat sports, 187 square feet. Y.L. Watson, a man I know very well, training at Team Body Shop under Antonio McKee. He's been with Antonio for the last 5 years. Albert Martinez making his 2nd visit to the Trigon. Paulie, our tail of the tape.
And again, you see the tail of the tape, you know, reach same, weight the same. But we see we've got a bit of a reach advantage for Watson. So even though he's a little taller, Martinez evens him out in the reach department. So we'll see if he decides to fight at the distance or if he just decides to come inside. In the last fight, you know, we saw Freyre, even though he was shorter on paper, decide to take it to the outside and worked very well for him.
All right, with the official introductions to welcome the men into the Trigon. Once again, Bob Alexander.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the blue corner, Albert Martinez Jr.
Martinez, born in Homestead, Florida, fighting out of Valdosta, Georgia, trains at American Top Team Valdosta. We all know how great American Top Team is all around the nation. Professional MMA record of 6-3, single father, 2 sons and 1 daughter. BYB 1 was 2 years, 3 months, 12 days ago. That, as Dada talked about, Benny, was when we last saw Albert Speedy Martinez.
Yeah, very noble guy, and you know he's trying to bring awareness to autism. Has family members who are unfortunately have autism and stuff, but yet they're finding a way to go ahead and be really good at what it is that interests them. And he says, you know, that's the kind of thing that helps me with training, because whatever I'm going through, I know what they're going through, and what I go through pales in comparison to what they're trying to conquer.
So as I look at his MMA record, Paulie, it's a combined 9-4, professional and amateur. 6 of those wins are by knockout or TKO, 5 in the first round. So he knows what to do with his hands.
Yeah, and he's the dangerous striker, but precisely he's a dangerous striker early. And you know what? If you're dangerous early, the Trigon is going to give you that chance, because there's not much distance to create between you and your opponent. So let's see if it comes out for him, if all his advantages come into play here. Early in the first round, I'm going to be looking for it.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the red corner, Y.L. Watson.
37-year-old Y.L. Watson. Forever he was the Gazelle. Now he is the Pharaoh. There you see Antonio McKee, his son AJ McKee, in just a couple of weeks, is going to fight Patricio Pitbull in the finals of the Bellator Featherweight World Grand Prix for $1 million. Let's get to know the now newly named Pharaoh.
My name is Y.L. Watson, aka Y.L. the Gazelle. You know, I'm the only gazelle that doesn't run away. I've been training and I've been fighting for 13 years now. This is my debut for bare knuckle boxing. I'm excited for this. This is something that I really get to showcase my skill set to the world. Bare knuckle is pure as it gets, 2 people squaring off and just seeing who got the best hands. What you're gonna see with me is taking somebody apart. I'm doing this for my kids, for my wife. All my life, people told me I can't do this and I can't do that and I shouldn't do this, and I've continued over and over and over again to prove them wrong. When I come in the ring, you're gonna see nothing but excitement for the next 15 minutes or the next 15 seconds. The sky isn't the limit, because there is no limit. You can do anything you want in this world. My name is Y.L. the Gazelle Watson. July 16th, someone's getting slept.
Cassius, 3 years old, white family. There is Y.L. Watson. Here is Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood, our next bout of the evening is brought to you by BYB Extreme and Karma Coin. Scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the welterweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Michael Tate, Richard Green, and Manuel Marquez Jr. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the black and gray trunks. He weighed in at 142 pounds. He is undefeated in his bare knuckle career. 1 win, no losses. From Homestead, Florida, here is Albert Speedy Martinez Jr. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black trunks. He weighed in at 142 pounds. Tonight, making his bare knuckle debut from Long Beach, California, here is YL, the Pharaoh Watson. Referee Bill Clancy with the instructions.
Right here, sir. Bring it in. All right, gentlemen, you received instructions in the back. I expect a good, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. You must obey my commands. Your trunks, sir, are perfect. Yours are a little high. I'll allow your punches if it rides. Right now it's perfect. So I want punches all above the line. Let's touch them up. Good luck. God bless. Go back to your corners.
And a happy 37th birthday to YL, the Pharaoh Watson, wrapped in red. Albert Speedy Martinez in the Trigon for the second time, wrapped in blue. Fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds.
All right, gentlemen, come to scratch. Fight!
Here we go.
It's a matter of a southpaw against a right-hander here. So, oh, right away, Martinez trying to close that gap for the long reach of Watson.
Did you see Watson there? I was trying to use his legs, wrapping around there. That was his form of defense.
Those long limbs.
And you got to be careful with the righty versus lefty matchup if there's a clash of heads, especially with Martinez flying in like that. Good body shot with the cross to the stomach.
And they're already talking.
A little bit of banter.
And when you have that southpaw orthodox matchup, it's always about the outside foot, right?
It's about the outside foot, and also you got to be careful with the foot clashes, because sometimes that causes a stumbling, or people can mistake that for wobbling, and also clashes of heads, because your lead hands on the same side, and sometimes you kind of will dip the same way, and you'll clash heads. So you got to look out for that in this fight, and any righty versus lefty matchup.
And it's interesting, too, in the part of Martinez talking about the fact that what he's going to do is make himself as short as possible. Make himself as short as possible and get inside. And he's got him in that corner.
Just got hit with a left. Good left hook by Watson.
Benny, you made a great point. He tried to make himself short, but Watson also caught that and started whipping that hooker cut, like a hybrid uppercut hook at Martinez, and caught him on the dip.
Benny, after the last fight, you were talking about Nick Villar and what you would suggest training in the future. Watson told us for this, nice shot. They cut off the mats and made a designated area in team body shot to try to replicate the fight space that we're seeing right here, right now.
And that's a smart, very smart move. And of course, you talk about Antonio McKee. That's a great trainer. That's a guy thinking outside. I hate to say the box, because this is a box, but yeah, that's good preparation. And the thing with Watson, his mentality is he's here to finish the fight. He wants to finish the fight, and he's going to finish the fight.
Martinez, yeah, I said it in the last fight. I want to see it right here. Martinez is looking to dip and throw, but he's got a feint right there. There's a feint. You got to get Watson to bite on something. He's looking to time you, and he's looking to punch on the first move. You got to. Oh, and there's a big shot. Big shot.
Huge shot.
Guys, we got a contender for the knockout of the night right there. That's going to be a hard one to beat.
But Paulie, did you see the way he dipped and then came up?
Yep. And was that an overhand? I didn't even see it. It was just like
it was an overhand. And what he did was he dipped, and then he caught him without leverage. So he was looking up. And I think in this sport, sometimes the long reach may not be an advantage.
Oh yeah, not at that close range. Your reach is an advantage at range.
I was just getting set to ask both of you about the fact that YL was in one of those dangerous corners and didn't seem to move. And when he tried to move out, boom, he got caught.
But the thing is, he had him on the first time. He was on this corner twice, right above us. Okay, the first time, Martinez didn't do anything. He didn't feint. He was just kind of pawing, and then he tried to rush in. And YL kind of knew his only way in was to dip, and he timed him with that weird hook uppercut, right? And he dropped him. This time around, they got inside. Nothing really happened on the corner again. And at center ring, I'm dying to see the replay, because at center ring, it creates an exchange, and that was some dynamite. I mean, he went down real stiff.
But you know, Paulie and Mike, the best way to get out of that corner is to throw an uppercut. If you want to get out of the corner, throw an uppercut right down the pipe.
Well, especially for YL, I mean, that's what worked from the first time, because really, you know Martinez, he wasn't feinting, so his only way in is to dip low and try to rush you. And so the first time it worked. but it didn't end the fight. Wallow's problem is that at center ring, when he got center Trigon, when he got caught, it ended the fight. I can't wait to see the replay because I want to see exactly why Watson got caught. We know why Martinez was able to generate that power, Benny, as you described. I want to see what Watson did to get himself caught in that exchange. Obviously, he was a little bit too high. He got caught with the overhand shot, but his hand positioning probably wasn't the right way either.
A first round TKO in his debut, a first round knockout here tonight to make it official. Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for both fighters, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, your referee, Bill Clancy, calls a halt to the bout at 2 minutes, 21 seconds of the first round. Your winner by TKO, Albert Speedy Martinez Jr.
In Cheyenne, he finished it at 2:23 of the first. Tonight, he finishes it at 2:21 of the first.
He's getting better.
Watch Alberto Martinez in the 220, 230 range. You don't want to mess with him.
Scott Burt's rules of engagement used in today's legalized bare knuckle fight events, and let's see how he got it done.
You see that uppercut Watson tried to throw there, and then he landed the partial hook, and that's what got that first knockdown. But you saw well Watson was looking for the uppercut because he saw Martinez dipping. Here he winds up in the corner again, and again the same hook. But you see, they're like partial shots. It's half balance. And there again, it's partial balance. He's walking into that lead left hook, right?
And when he throws this, Paul, he's going back. Watch the way Watson goes back and throws the shot.
And actually, it was a counter uppercut. But again, it was the uppercut. And then the big shot at the end. I'm dying to see this one. Let's see. Watson is out of control, and that's what, such a short shot. It's crazy.
Right in the ear, and that's the balance.
And that's
when you get hit in the ear, that's a balance.
But you see, he gets himself in trouble here by flailing like this, no position, and this is why fundamentals come into play, regardless whether it's bare knuckle, boxing, MMA. He ran forward with no fundamentals, almost like in a rage. And look, watch this short shot here. I mean, it's crazy because Martinez throws the first shot and he's off balance, but then he plants his feet for the second one. It's like a 1-inch punch. And you can tell it's a legitimate knockout. He's stiff as a board on the way down.
And then do you see how quickly Watson was able to recover? That's the thing that's amazing about bare knuckle. You feel the initial part of it, and you're in that trauma situation, but boom, you recover that fast.
It's that flash knockout. That's why many times in MMA we see referees take it down after knockouts because the fighter said, I don't know what just happened. We do, though. We're getting it back up to Rhino and Dada.
Hey, Mike, thanks so much. All right, Dada. First knockout, BYB Extreme 6. And Speedy Martinez, pretty quick. I want to talk about the midway point, the latter stages of that first round, where it looked like Y.L. Watson had staggered Martinez a couple times. Had to do a standing 8 count. But Alberto seemed calm and ready. You felt he was ready to line him up and put him out.
Exactly. You know, this guy's coming off of 2 back-to-back knockouts, right? So I'm not surprised. He's a strategist. He came inside of the Trigon tonight with a game plan. And it was 90% strategy, 10% execution. He did not let emotions get the best of him. When he was getting rocked, he stayed his course, and he put his guy down.
Paulie made a great point. Trigon said a moment ago, it was a short shot. It was that left to the side of the head of Y.L. Watson that ended it. Did that surprise you?
No, it didn't surprise me because the Speedy Martinez that I know, he says all the time, he practiced certain shots, not so much the power shots, because it only takes 2 pounds of pressure, you know, to get your opponent out of there, and he showed it tonight.
Now Watson hopped up pretty fast there. He thought maybe he had a shot to resume that fight. With 40 seconds left in the first round, it was called a knockout. Did you agree with that?
Well,
referee's call?
When he went down, he was stiff. He was stiff. He was out of there, you know. And I think that fighter safety, you know what I'm saying, is something that the referee, you know what I'm saying, was more focused on. And I think he made a great call, you know. And Watson gets an opportunity to fight again.
33 years old, Albert Speedy Martinez out of Valdosta, Georgia. Successful tonight here in BYB Extreme 6, the first knockout of the night, freestyle fighter, and you love his fight game for sure.
Of course.
We look ahead now, and we think about Ricky Palacios and Zach Kelly, middleweight fight, 155 pounds, scheduled for 5. How do you see this one unfolding?
Well, you know, I had an opportunity, you know, to do a little research on Zachariah, you know, and he's looking to close this, you know, and he has a game plan, and hopefully he can execute. You know, it's going to come down to how bad Ricky wants to pull out this win, you know, and the real fans, is the people that are here is going to get a nail biter for this one.
Zach Kelly, member of the Comanche Native American tribe, wants to do his people proud in the Earlsboro, Shawnee, Oklahoma area, where Ricky Palacio wants to just keep on going. He's a proud Texan.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. You know, I can't wait, you know, for these guys to get inside the mighty Trigon, you know, and get it on.
So you have one knockout already. How does that affect the rest of the night in your mind, as the fighters know there's been one KO already?
Well, you know what, though? It's like the pressure is always put on the first one, right? Because if everyone is getting TKOs and KOs and you're up next, you don't want to be the one to break that chain. You know, so I always say every fight in the mighty Trigon will be a finish. Nothing tonight is going to go the distance. I'm going to hold true to that. And these guys, you know what I'm saying, hey, they're doing me proud.
2 for 2 so far, down on 5,000, a TKO and a knockout. Let's go back Trigon side of Mike.
Thank you very much. This will be a spectacular matchup as we take a look at our tail of the tape. Middleweight fight. Zach the Punisher Kelly, Ricky El Gallo Palacios.
And we see the tail of the tape here. Kelly, just a 1-inch reach advantage, weight the same, and that 1-inch reach advantage actually this time does translate to a 1-inch height advantage. 35 years old, 33 years old, not much of a difference there. The differences are going to be shown once they get in the Trigon. Let's check it out.
I would say that it's pretty much virtually identical.
Identical, that's it. That's why I said, you know what? If there's a difference, we're going to see it in the Trigon.
We're going to find out soon. Here's Bob Alexander.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon, from the blue corner, Zach Kelly.
As Dave mentioned, Comanche Native American, headquartered in Lawton, Oklahoma. He has a gym in Shawnee, Oklahoma, MMA instructor. Pro MMA since 2011, also started his professional boxing career that year. 2-time Tough Man champion, Benny, and this man with his pro boxing career, 38 bouts, 93 rounds.
Exactly. And you know, the thing that he does that's interesting, he's very comfortable switching stand. He'll go from southpaw to a conventional, and I asked him, do you get lethargic from one side? He says, absolutely not. He says, I'm just as fluid from both sides. So it's going to be interesting how that works in the Trigon.
Now, here's one for you, and we had a guy talking about his wallet and you earlier, Paulie, and I'm not picking on you. This is actually going to be a nice one. During Kelly's time as a professional boxer, he fought a fake Magic Man, Marlon Kelly, because you're the Magic Man, right?
Well, actually, before me, there was Antonio Tarver, and there was Marlon Starling.
Well, I know it. I'm just, you know, you're sitting next to me. So
I'm the Magic Man tonight.
There you go. There you go. Zach the Punisher Kelly.
To get that moniker, you got to at least accomplish something.
There you go.
So if that guy didn't accomplish anything, then you know what? He is a fake Magic Man. Me, Antonio, and Marlon got dibs on Magic Man.
Fair enough.
It's not magic, it's an illusion.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon, from the red corner, Ricky Palacios.
Proudly representing his hometown of Mission, Texas. Mission Boxing Gym, the Brawler, coming off nearly a 2-year layoff. As Benny kind of talked about, Palacios says he's got the right style of fighting, pressure, cut angles, go in, go for knockouts, be aggressive, move forward. 17-2 record in MMA, combined amateur and pro, 9 knockouts.
That's right. In boxing, it's 11-2. So he's had success in boxing, but he said this is a perfect combination. He made an interesting point about power. He said power doesn't mean anything if you don't land it. So I just want to be precise. I want to get there, and the big thing is precision.
His last boxing match was February 15, 2019, 883 days ago, just about 2.5 years ago. In Brownsville, Texas, a super lightweight fight, a victory by unanimous decision in a 4-rounder over Jeremiah de los Santos. Palacios, very durable. He has been hit, he told us. He likes to pressure and overwhelm his opponents. Won the Texas Rage in the Cage amateur title. Both men making their pro bare knuckle debut here inside the mighty Trigon. Don't forget, we are live and free all night long on our YouTube channel, and check out all of our social media outlets, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe. BYB Extreme Fighting Series. Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, our next bout of the evening is brought to you by BYB Extreme in association with Karma Coin. Scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the middleweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Richard Green, Manuel Marquez Jr., and Vicente Rodriguez. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the black trunks with the white trim. He weighed in at 159 pounds. Tonight, making his bare knuckle debut from Earlsboro, Oklahoma, here is Zach the Punisher Kelly. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, also wearing black trunks with white trim. He weighed in at 159 pounds. Tonight, making his bare knuckle debut from Mission, Texas, here is Ricky El Gallero Palacios. Referee Wayne Spinola with the instructions.
Okay, guys, you know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. If you want to now, touch them up. Step back, I'll get you started.
All right, I'm going to bring the Magic Man story all together. Back in 2014, Palacios was on a big Oscar De La Hoya card. Jojo Joseph Diaz was in the main event. Canelo's brother Ricardo was there. And Antonio, the Magic Man Tarver Jr. was also on the card.
Look at that. That combines the whole thing.
Yeah.
Full circle, we call that.
Bring more than a fork and a knife to the table.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Wrapped in red is Ricky Palacios. In blue, Zach Kelly.
You can tell these guys are boxing experience just on the way they just approach the fight already in the first round. Oh, and of course the big shots start flying. Palacios already landed a shot that has Kelly a bit uncomfortable. He was blinking that right eye.
And you can tell right off the bat, Kelly, his defense is lacking considerably. And Palacios already sensed that, and especially with the left hook.
Nice little shift there by Palacios. He missed, but you know, a little sidestep after Kelly ducked and tried the hook. He missed that too, but I like the idea. I like the thinking by Palacios. He's compact, and it seems like he's got a better sense of himself. Right now, Kelly still seems to be trying to find his range, his distance. He looks a little bit confused. Oh.
It was Palacios looking for that uppercut.
And one of the things that Kelly's doing is he throws that left and he leans to the right. That's when he becomes susceptible to that left hook.
Nice jab there by Palacios. Palacios is kind of a better, he's more set underneath himself. Good right hand by Palacios again. He's just more composed. Kelly's trying, but Palacios is more composed, a better sense of his distance, better sense there. Nice jab, nice double jab right hand. He's putting his nice boxing together.
Good body shot.
Yeah, he did. He landed the right hand.
And he's got an understanding of his distance and his range.
And you know, Palacios got a finger in the eye, in the right eye. The right eye is really bothering him.
Too, Benny, yeah. Was it a finger?
Yeah, it was a finger. He's not seeing out of that eye. The right eye. See the swelling down the eyelid?
Yeah, that could be bad. Wow.
Good catch, Benny. A little switch of stance for Kelly.
And you know what? He's staying focused. Good on him to stay focused like this.
Yeah, good on him. Absolutely.
There's a lot of guys we see get really uncomfortable in this situation.
And you know, Paulie, you made that point before the fight about the fact that, you know, you can't wait in this sport because you never know when that eye's going to cut, when that eye's going to bleed, when the referee's going to stop it. So when you get your chance, you better take it.
Yeah. And you know what? He was in control before. He didn't allow it to dishearten him, you know? And he's still in control here. A couple of good shots by Kelly, but nonetheless, Palacios remains in control of this fight.
And it does seem, Paulie and Benny, that since that eye poke, there's a little bit higher. There's already a high sense of urgency in the Trigon. A little bit more up-tempo urgency for Palacios. Like, all right, let's get this finished before something happens to this eye or some doctor comes in and ruins my night. In a good way, because the doctor's looking out for his health. But Ricky wants this win.
Nice combination.
Puts him down.
And he got him in the back of the head.
Yes, he did.
But the first shot, was that an uppercut, the first shot?
Yeah, that was an uppercut. And then he came down with the back of the head.
I thought he was trying to push him for another shot. Instead, he just went down, right?
Kelly got up fighting. Another shot with Spencer Rogeri, who's coming up later, but we'll hold that story for then.
Yeah, what I thought, and I want to see the replay if we can get it, but I thought he landed the uppercut and then tried to push his head down to trap him into a lock for the other shot. But meantime, when he pushed his head down, he just went down, I guess, for feeling the initial uppercut. But I could be wrong. It was the back of the head shot too, Benny.
And you might even say that's a combination MMA, boxing, brought to bare knuckle.
Hybrid. Hybrid is the name of the game. Let's see the eye poke, right? It was. Let's see here. We can see it. This is just Palacios landing some good shots here and having Kelly really uncomfortable.
And a lot of times the eye pokes, you guys, as we look at the replays, are when a guy's being defensive and just putting that hand up.
Yeah, Paulie, there was the uppercut that kind of slightly got it, but then it was a shot over the top.
It clubbed him.
Yeah.
Shot like
that's what I'm saying. It's a combination. MMA, boxing, and brought the bare knuckle.
Round 2, fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Zach Kelly's been staying busy, just fought MMA on May 29th, boxed on March 20th. Both men making their bare knuckle debut here right now. Oh, the hook shot
by Kelly, and that
hurt him.
That surprised him completely. He leaned in and that left hook, boom.
And it's the same eye. Remember, he's uncomfortable in that eye, and
he's not getting up.
And credit to Kelly for hanging tough.
What a shot.
Credit to Kelly for hanging tough, guys.
Man, we could hear that one.
You know, he countered that perfectly because he waited for that. The one thing you can't do in bare knuckle is extend, is forward. And that's what he did. He timed that out beautiful. It was a force going in, force going out. That's the perfect timing for a knockout.
And he was always punching with bad intentions. I never felt like he could find his range. He was a little hoppity on his feet. While to me, Palacios looked like he was more sturdy on his feet. He kind of had a figure of an idea of what range he wanted to fight at. But you could always see the main intentions on the shots of Kelly. I felt like he was trying different things. He was turning southpaw, he was turning right-handed. And finally here, he was able to catch Kelly, catch Palacios leaning in. And what a hook. I mean, that was some shot.
And when you talk to young boxers, Paulie, the first thing you talk to them about is the power comes from your feet, it comes from your legs, your hips, and then works its way up. And the way that he ducked under and threw that uppercut, it did come straight from the canvas.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny you say that because even the last fight with Martinez, he threw two shots to the left hook. The first one, his feet were all over the place, but the little short one, his feet were planted, and that's where all the power came from. He was able to plant his feet and drive it, even if it was short. And I want to see this knockout, should I say. It's the same thing here. You see what it is? Going straight back. That's another big thing they always tell you not to do in boxing. You go straight back in a line. Watch if we get another look at it here. You're going to notice Palacios is going to go straight back. See what he was doing? He was going straight back, and he got caught on the hook as he's backing him straight. You gotta change levels. And Palacios had actually done a good job of changing levels up and down over the course of the fight. But in this one moment here, he goes straight back, and he doesn't get it far enough away from Palacios, from Kelly.
And then Paulie, watch the way he takes his mouth guard out of his mouth. That's what I knew was over.
Yeah, he realized it's over there.
Bob Alexander to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for both fighters, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, your referee in charge, Wayne Spinola, reaches the count of 10 at 32 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by knockout, Zach the Punisher Kelly.
Hey, it's the 140-year-old award. I expect to see a lot more out of you. You're a heck of a
Scott
fighter.
Burton.
Right here. Yeah.
He is the man who has reopened, the founder and president of the Bareknuckle Hall of Fame in Belfast, New York. Reopened the original 1889 training barns used by the great John L. Sullivan. 75-round fight. More action to come. We will return to Hard Rock Live in the beautiful Seminole Hard Rock Resort and Casino in just a moment.
Buying silver isn't just for jewelry. Investing in silver bullion through Hard Asset Management, one of the world's leading precious metals dealers, is the best means to protect and preserve the hard-earned wealth that you build for your family. Because silver doesn't have the same volatility that paper currency is subject to, it makes a much more attractive alternative for wealth preservation. Here's 3 reasons to purchase silver. It's a solid investment vehicle, it's a hedge against inflation. In a financial meltdown from overprinting of the dollar, silver will act as a survival purpose, with analysts predicting silver can surge as high as $210 an ounce from its current levels of $26 an ounce. Now is the time to buy silver. Because of solar and clean energy, silver demands will be skyrocketing later this year into 2022. Predictions are that silver can go as high as $200 an ounce. Call Hard Asset Management today to place your order and secure silver for your long-term investment strategy. 844-426-4653.
There is your victor, Zach the Punisher Kelly. Sweet uppercut to finish the fight. Successful in his bare knuckle debut. Rhino.
Well, Goldie, the Punisher, delivers some punishment. That was impressive. I mean, we're into the second round with 32 seconds in, and the knockout comes with that left. And that was all. It was lights out for Ricky Palacios. Palacios had a great start to this fight. He rocked Kelly twice in the first round, and it sure looked like it was going his way. But Zach Kelly flipped the script in round 2, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And, you know, aside from him putting on an awesome, performance, battling back, the mighty Trigon, again, it gives the fighters something else to focus on other than their opponent, and that's not getting trapped inside one of those corners. Those corners have names: the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And when these guys get baptized, when they come up, nothing will be the same.
Kelly, Palacios make their debuts, BYB Extreme and the mighty Trigon. What do they learn from this experience?
Well, listen, they learned that this is a lot harder than it looks, right? And when you get into combat sports, it's gonna test you inside and outside. You're gonna have to dig down deep. You're gonna find out things that you didn't know about yourself before you got in.
Isaiah Quinones and Mike Trujillo. Dada 5,000 come up next. Light heavyweight, 170 pounds and 5 3-minute rounds schedule. Let's break this down. What do you like most about this fight?
Both of these guys, are warriors. Mike Trujillo is a legitimate star. The world has seen him on Billy Corbin's documentary. dogfight, you know, and he was one of the most improved fighters in the backyard. You know, Isaiah Quinones, you know, he's a beast. He's coming off of an epic knockout, you know, and Mike Trujillo needs an epic knockout. So this is do or die for someone's career tonight.
What we know about Isaiah Quinones, he's quite a story. The people's champ, homeless, as he told us yesterday, for 5 years. You know him well from this area, originally from Boston. A lot of troubles for him away from the Trigon. But as he says, fighting saved my life, and here he is about to compete tonight.
Yes, listen, he's a true warrior. He's very athletic, you know, and he's going to come out here and he's going to leave it all inside the mighty Trigon. You know, it can only be one winner, you know, and whoever's with their left with their hands up, they deserve it.
He says, I have no style, really. It's just the adjustment I'm going to make in fight to what I have to do. It's that flexibility for Quinones. Is that going to be enough against Mike Trujillo, who's very experienced in the Trigon?
Yes, and again, Mike Trujillo needs this win. He very much so. You know, and Quinones, you know, he was speaking as a true gentleman because, yeah, you go inside that Trigon, you know, you may have a game plan, but depending on how your opponent is approaching you, you may have to adjust, you know, and that's a part of digging down deep.
We can't wait for the next fight coming up, Trujillo and Quinones.
Our tail of the tape for this matchup, both men entering the Trigon for the third time in their bare knuckle career. 6 years the elder of Quinones is Trujillo, Paulie.
Yeah, and that's the thing that stands out really the most. You know, we'll see if Quinones can take advantage of the age advantage he has over Trujillo. Reach, just a 1 inch advantage for Quinones. Height, just a 1 inch advantage, again, the same 1 inch. So really it's going to come down to who's going to want it more, who's more prepared tonight, who's better prepared tonight, who can make the adjustments tonight. But Quinones a little bit of an age advantage.
I just want to know if Isaiah borrowed Rampage's necklace.
And did Rampage borrow the Junkyard Dog's necklace?
There you go. Fair enough. Here's Bob Alexander.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the blue corner, Mike Trujillo.
So, Benny, you've been watching this since day one, and Mike Trujillo is part of the dogfight documentary. I mean, he's really, he's part of the infancy of this sport. He's part of the DNA of what is developing today. I was taken aback in the fighter interviews how soft-spoken he is, for how tough and mean and violent he can be. He's such a soft-spoken gentleman.
Exactly. I mean, Paulie's the only fighter I know that's so hard outside the ring as well, too. No, but you're absolutely right. The guy's got a great demeanor. You're going to find that a lot of times with a lot of these guys, even though they're very violent, they're actually, you know, very calming, you know, with outside the ring and outside that part of it. So they know how to channel that energy. That's the key. They know how to channel their anger and all those kind of things. And let me tell you something. In the fight game, if you're a calm guy, that is huge, because if you want to tighten up, you're going to get knocked out. You better be nice and loose.
We used to talk about that entering the cage in MMA for 2 decades, Paulie. You cannot fight on pure emotion, because what will gas you out more than anything is emotion.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes that calm demeanor can be scarier for that reason.
Yeah.
You know, later tonight you're going to see Jomi Escoboza the same way. He's so calm, but he's lethal inside that Trigon. So a lot of times it's the calm guys you got to be careful with. The guys doing all the yelling, you know, I always took it as they're trying to pump themselves up because they're not pumped up enough, or they feel something ill-prepared inside of themselves, so they're trying to convince themselves. Guys like this, you know, they've got experience. They're calm, their demeanor, and it's like a Jekyll and Hyde, Bruce Banner and the Incredible Hulk type of thing, you know?
Mike Trujillo at a real, Jimmy told us, Benny, with a real team, Freedom Fighters MMA gym for the first time.
Exactly. So he's changing some things up. We'll see what he does. But to add to what Paulie was talking, Roberto Duran, a good friend of mine, told me, he says, you know, my comfort level is in that ring.
Yes.
He said living life is the tough part. So that's why he's so calm when he's doing what he wants to do, which is fight.
And he is about to do it for a 3rd time inside the Trigon.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the red corner, Isaiah Quinones.
From Boston, we talked about John L. Sullivan, the last bare knuckle boxing championship of the world. Epic 75-round, 2-hour, 16-minute brawl. Isaiah Quinones, the people's champ, set to enter the Trigon for the 3rd time.
My name is Isaiah, the people's champ, Quinones. You know why they call me the people's champ? Because I fight for you, the people. Fighting out of Boston, Massachusetts, representing Puerto Rico. Que rico, Puerto Rico, let's go. My style really is to have no style. I just try to adapt to who I'm fighting. You know, never is there gonna be a fight that's the same. Every fight's different, every opponent's different. My fighting style is to knock you out. I grew up fighting all my life, you know, living in the streets, being homeless. I was able to learn by the streets. I never really, you know, had a coach or somebody teach me a technique until I started bare knuckle fighting and I started training with Josh Dempsey. Bare knuckle fighting is the oldest sport in history. This ain't boxing, this ain't MMA, this is straight bone on bone. There's no pad, no protection. This isn't the movie, this isn't played out. This is what you get, this is blood, knockouts. All my life I was scared to express myself because I wasn't sure if I could defend myself. So fighting has given me food, fighting has given me a place to live, fighting has given me my 2 pit bulls, it's given me a better relationship with my family. I guess that's why I really like fighting, because it helps me get through life. I got 2 pit bulls, I got Champ and Muñeca. I consider myself to be like a pit bull because the first thing people do when they see a pit bull is they judge them. Don't judge pit bull by its cover. They may look mean, but you know, we're not. But we do bite. I'm not here to pity pat, I'm here to be the greatest. This is something that we love to do. Whether it's me, my opponent, or anybody, show everybody love. Make sure you stay tuned, because there's gonna be a lot of action, a lot of blood, a lot of knockouts. Let's put on a good show, have a good fight, and I'll bring a pillow and a blanket for you, huh?
So that walk down history lane, I mentioned because of what Isaiah said, his mentor, the great-grandson of former heavyweight champion, the late Jack Dempsey, Joshua Dempsey, and it all comes together as we get the official introductions once again from Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, our next bout of the evening is brought to you by BYB Extreme in association with Karma Coin. This bout's scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the light heavyweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Manuel Marquez Jr., Vicente Rodriguez, and Michael Tate. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the black trunks with the red trim. He weighed in at 173 pounds. His bare knuckle record, 1 win, 1 loss. From Miami, Florida, here is Mike Trujillo. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black and red trunks. He weighed in at 173 pounds. He is undefeated in his bare knuckle career, 2 wins, no losses. Originally from Miami, Florida, now fighting out of Boston, Massachusetts, here is Isaiah, the people's champ, Quinones. Referee Bill Clancy with the instructions.
Bring it in, gentlemen. Bring it in. Mike, bring it here. Bring it here, sir. All right, gentlemen, with the rules in the back, I want a good, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. You must obey my commands. Both your trunks are perfect. All punches above the line. Touch them if you'd like. Go back to your corner and bring you out. Good luck.
The people's champion because he fights for the people. Isaiah Quinones, Mike Trujillo. Fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Don't forget, still to come, the women's title is on the line. Our first belt will be given out. here in BYB Extreme in the semifinals of the 185-pound tournament. We are underway. Red wrap for the People's Champ, Mike Trujillo in the blue wrap.
Both guys come out very aggressive.
You got the bouncer and the stripper.
Yes.
What a setting.
Oh, you got him in the lock. You got Trujillo in the lock.
Doing great work with the dirty boxing.
Good on Trujillo to fight that. Oh, big shot. Wow.
Punch, knockdown. It is all over. Just like that.
Did I say Alberto Martinez had the knockout of the night? Yeah. I might have got ahead of myself.
Yeah. Wow.
And again, he went straight back. Remember what I said about Palacios last fight? When we see this replay, you're going to notice Trujillo's going straight back. You can't go straight back in a line and stand straight up. If you're going to go straight back, you got to duck. You got to go under. You got to dip your knees so that you keep your level low and you protect yourself. You're going to notice in this knockout, in this replay, it's the same mistake Palacios made. He goes straight back in a line and he's too straight up.
But Mike, you know, technique-wise, this is as good a fight, as good a performance as I've ever seen in bare-knuckle fighting, because he used a tie plum.
Yep.
He used a tie plum, and then he spun out of there, and then he came in with that.
And he opened the fight with a nice double jab, so he has some nice boxing technique. He's got a nice balance, good athleticism. Uses the MMA lock there, what it's called, the tie plum.
Yep.
I got to get up depth on my MMA verbiage. And
I may be able to help you.
I mean, it was as complete a performance you're going to get. I'm telling you, Trujillo's not a bad fighter.
No,
he just made a mistake there, but Trujillo was game. He was fighting the whole way, or however long it lasted, but he just made that one lethal mistake. And Quinones has a real mean streak, man. I mean, he comes out there. Maybe it's that time in the street he spent. He was homeless. We know his story. Great story. But he's a charismatic guy. He's always smiling, but don't judge a book by its cover, like he said. There's a mean guy under there.
I mean, did you see his eyes?
Oh, yeah.
He made Charles Manson seem like he was winking.
He talked about the pit bulls, Benny. Charles Manson was winking, but he said smile,
And then the pit bull bites.
Yep.
And that's what he did.
That was one vicious performance.
Yes. So his debut was 27 seconds, unfortunate DQ. A 45-second knockout on the USA versus Russia card. And now another knockout for the People's Champ.
And give a hand to Mike Trujillo, who gets up. They've sat him down now. He's okay. You know, scary looking knockout, but the good news about something like that is usually, and I'm not a medic, but usually when it's early in a fight, you haven't taken enough punishment for that to really have a bad effect on you. They're gonna wake you up, and usually you're gonna be okay. So looks like Trujillo's waking up and might be okay. Here's the, and again, he's a bit overwhelmed because Quinones is being real good. There it is again. There it is again. He was just locked up in a clinch. He's trying to get away, but he's getting away too straight up, and he's going straight back. One, and then you notice it again. Watch where he's going straight back. Look, he's standing straight up. Look, boom. There it is. He got to dip. You got to dip.
But you know what else he did? He stepped on his foot.
Yeah, but if that happens, you know what you do. But okay, but if that happens, yeah, he got off balance. You're right. But here's the thing: he's still standing straight up. If that happens, you know what you got to do? You got to dip and go to the chest. This is not MMA where you're going to wind up in a lock on the floor. If you dip and go to the chest, you're going to wind up in a clinch. Yeah, you might get locked, but your head is in his chest. He can't get both punches. Eventually, the ref is going to break you. You're going to be able to break, and then you're going to be able to have your balance and restart and reset. If your foot is getting stepped on there, you can't dip, you can't move back. Step in instead. Charge in, head to the chest. It'll protect you. It'll take away the punching distance. And you lock him up, and you cause a clinch, and you get yourself a break, and you get yourself a fresh reset. Again, small, minute mistakes change fights. In this case, it ended the fight.
And I was just going to make the point about wrestlers. Wrestlers, when they punch, they do a lot of stuff with their shoulders.
Sure.
And that's exactly, you know, as he was coming around there, everything was in the shoulders for Trujillo. When you see Quinones, it was a snap.
Oh, yeah.
So I asked him two things. First of all, I said, I see you wear tie shorts. You have a Muay Thai background. He said, no, they're just really comfortable. Okay. Then we did bring up, like, are you still a stripper? And he said, yes. And he was going to, like, pull his phone and show a picture. I'm like, dude, that's going to be burnt my retina forever. We do not need to see that, Isaiah. We believe you.
Instead, we got him in knockout form here.
Yeah, that one's better, Paulie and Benny. That's better. Let's get the official decision from Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood, your referee in charge, Bill Clancy, calls a halt to the bout at 29 seconds of the first round. Your winner by knockout, still undefeated, Isaiah, the People's Champ, Quinones.
I mean, he can go right to work. He's a stripper. I mean, I was worried about his, you know, when you're a stripper, your looks are part of the job. He actually didn't even have his looks affected. He can do double shift tonight. Right after the card, he can go right to the strip club and get on his shift and make some more money.
He's unscathed. He is.
He just warmed up. He's ready to go.
What a performance. The People's Champ with another first round knockout. 2 straight inside the Trigon.
Wait for my signal. He's been cutting weight for this fight. Oh, my thing, right? Measuring. Hey, he's been cutting weight for this fight. Come on. Go change gears. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Are you all right? Hey, he needs dehydrated. Somebody get him some water. We need some water. Chill out. Don't get up. Yeah, look at just. Do you have a headache? Water. Yeah, dude, he's got a headache. He's dehydrated. Stop. Look at his mouthpiece is changing color. I think he's dehydrated. Somebody get him some Gatorade in there to get something to drink. Yeah, he's definitely dehydrated. Hey, Ricardo, you okay? You're good? All right, man. Good thing we saw that coming. Yeah, that was good. The mouthpiece helped us to know you were dehydrated.
Another one.
His mentor, Joshua Dempsey, the great-grandson of Jack Dempsey. 68 wins, 53 by knockout, a cultural icon back in the 20s, the heavyweight world champion from 1919 to 1926. Great action thus far. BYB Extreme Fighting Series. This is number 6. Check us out on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and of course Instagram. And tonight we are live and free all night long on YouTube. So like and subscribe right now. Back up to Dave Ryan and Dada 5000.
Hey, Goldie, thanks so much. And we heard Isaiah Quinones saying that great feature just before another big knockout tonight. He said, I was afraid for years, couldn't express himself because he wasn't sure if he could defend himself. Dada 5000, defend himself. This guy was on the offensive again. And you said a moment ago to me up here at the set, gonna be tough to top that moment. That was the punch of the night and the knockout of the night.
I agree 100%. You know, his last outing a few months ago, he got a 19-second knockout, and this one is a 29-second knockout. He's clearly on a roll. You know, I couldn't be no more happier for a guy. He deserves it. And Mike Trujillo is not a slouch. You know, he took out a very skilled opponent in Mike Trujillo.
What did you see from the set here? We're a few feet away from the mighty Trigon behind us that allowed Isaiah Quinones to set up Trujillo to put him away.
Well, this is it. Isaiah Quinones, he's a fast starter. You have to neutralize him out the gate. And that was something that Mike did not do, and he just capitalized on it. I knew he was in trouble when he clinched him, and he gave him about 6 or 7. He was trying to retreat. He caught him going backwards, and he nailed him.
He said to us yesterday, he's here to become the greatest BYB Extreme Fighter of all time. He's undefeated. He's heading toward that path, isn't he? This is an impressive fighter. He's a people's champ. They love him here in South Florida.
Of course, and if he continued this, he's gonna be feared, you know? And once he becomes feared, you know, I mean, that's good and that's bad because, you know, he would have that target on his back. But to be feared, I mean, it would be awesome, you know, to actually be in a position to say, hey, I'm the baddest man in the Trigon.
You are the founder. You're the creator of BYB Extreme. Who's next for Isaiah Quinones?
Wow, you know, I'm glad that he didn't call out a name.
Okay.
In the moment.
Because often when you're doing the Trigon interviews, they do call out names.
Exactly. But you know, our roster is stacked. We have a lot of skilled athletes on board. And for Isaiah, you know, he's 3 wins by knockout. You know, all under a minute in the first round.
It may be tough to find someone to jump into the Trigon with him right now.
Yeah, but it will be interesting to see if someone take him into deep waters, how he reacts.
Good point. All right, Carlos El Diamante Guerra, Mexico City, Mexico, taking on Jason Cortez in our next fight. How do you break this one down, Dada?
Well, you know, Carlos Guerra, you know, he's very, very talented. You know, I've heard a lot about, you know, Jason, you know, and from what I've heard, you know, I mean, he's a finisher, he's a closer, so this one will be fireworks. Like I said earlier, you know, this is the month of July. You know, and tonight, BYB Extreme is lighting up the sky with these knockouts like it's the 4th of July.
El Diamante, the diamond. Goldie, diamonds are forever. We'll see if he is able to last tonight and get a big win in the Trigon.
About trying to find people to fight great fighters. Later tonight, we have our lightweight championship fight. 40, yes, count them, 40 women said, nope, I don't want to fight Knuckles. Knuckles will fight Patricia Juarez for the title a little bit later. But right now, Paulie, our tail of the tape for this welterweight battle, Cortez and Guerra.
Well, Cortez coming in with a disadvantage in age, a disadvantage in height, and a disadvantage in reach. But the Trigon neutralizes a lot of advantages, as we've seen tonight and we've seen on other shows. So let's see. Guerra is the taller guy. 33, he's 33 years old, 6 years younger. The taller guy by 5 inches and a 9-inch reach advantage, even though they both weighed the same at 146 pounds, which is why they can fight each other. I'm curious to see if Cortez can neutralize all these things. The Trigon, if there's a place to do that, it's the Trigon, where there's not a lot of room to do anything except fight.
You got that right. So it's Cortez and Guerra.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the blue corner, Carlos Guerra.
Carlos Diamante Guerra, born in Mexico City, fighting out of Cape Coral. Trains at Future MMA, a teammate of Luis Melo, who is also on the card tonight. We will see him in just a few fights. He is one of the 4 men remaining in our 185-pound tournament. Carlos, successful a couple months ago, Benny, in his debut, a first-round knockout finish of Christopher Gonzalez.
Yes, you know, in Mexico, they thought he was crazy. They think it's a savage sport to take part in bare-knuckle fighting. They think he's totally crazy. And you know what he said to me? I am crazy. Yeah. So here he is before us. And this is a kid that's got a really sharp jab. He works the jab very well. He's also good at working the body. And you know, again, that's part of having Mexican citizenship, is you know how to work the body. And boy, he does that as good as anybody. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can get the body of a guy so much shorter than him.
Yeah, there was some guy named Julio Cesar Chavez who designed or recreated this Mexican style of boxing where the body of his opponent was pretty vulnerable and pretty mangled by the end of it.
He's got his doctor in kinesiology.
There you go. There you go. Jeremiah Rodriguez, Future MMA, does a great job with his fighters. Melo, as I mentioned, later. And Carlos still has a Muay Thai gym in Mexico. 0-1 in pro Muay Thai. Very daring and ready to move his record to 2-0 here inside the Trigon.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the red corner, Jason Cortez.
Jason the Devil Cortez. World-class boxing, also trains at the American Top Team headquarters, just a few miles away from where we are here tonight, Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. No bare knuckle, no pro boxing experience, a handful of mixed martial arts fights, but heart, determination, and ready to put on a show. Both of his wins in his pro MMA career were by submission. He was defeated 4 times. None of those losses came by knockout.
Well, you can tell just with that body how he's got that low center of gravity. He's going to have that great power from the hips. Now, the key is going to be, can he get inside?
Yes. Jason the Devil Cortez making his BYB Extreme debut here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, our next bout of the evening is brought to you by BYB Extreme in association with Karma Coin. Scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the welterweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Vicente Rodriguez, Michael Tate, and Richard Green. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks with blue and red trim. He weighed in at 146 pounds. He is undefeated in his bare knuckle career. 1 win, no losses. El Hijo de Mexico City, Mexico, y Cape Coral, Florida. Here is Carlos El Diamante Guerra.
Let's go, baby.
Carlos Diamante, guys, he's ready. Jason the Devil Cortez, he entered the Trigon without a very important piece of equipment. A very, very vital piece of equipment.
The mouthpiece.
Lower. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting underway.
Lower.
We have an equipment situation we have to take care of.
Wow, I thought I am thinking it was a mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And speaking of the mouthpiece, so they're using this mouthpiece that takes the temperature of the fighter.
Yeah.
Which again, Paulie, you could talk about that, you know, the advantage of that, but that is something that I thought, of all the fights that I've done, and I've had an unfortunate to do some fights where there's some deaths there, and it's always been because they're overweight. They had to lose 4 pounds in 2 hours.
Yeah.
So hydration, body temperature, but this mouth guard turns yellow when you reach 102, and it goes in different colors, so the corner could be cognizant of where that fighter is at when it happens.
Yeah, and that's important, especially as in longer fights.
And why we get the other piece of equipment installed, let's take a look at the SureFit color changing mouth guard. It monitors, as Benny talked about, the fighter's temperature and hydration. Now, I live in Phoenix, Arizona, so it would change colors 24/7.
Wait for my signal. He's been cutting weight for this fight. Oh, my thing, right?
Measuring.
He's been cutting weight for this fight coming up.
Might as well change gears. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hold on. Are you all right? Hey, he's dehydrated. Somebody get him some water. We need some water.
Chill out. Don't get up.
Yeah, look at him.
Just
Do you have a headache?
water.
Yeah, dude, he's got a headache. He's dehydrated. Stop. Look at his mouthpiece is changing color. I think he's dehydrated because somebody get him some Gatorade in there to get something to drink. Yeah, he's definitely dehydrated. Hey, Ricardo, you okay? You're good? All right, man. Good thing we saw that coming. Yeah, that was good. The mouthpiece helped us to know you were dehydrated.
SureFit color-changing mouth guards. Hams also a sponsor your choice for gold and silver. And Karma, a charitable cryptocurrency that gives away super cars. Back to Bob Alexander.
His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black trunks. He weighed in at 146 pounds. Tonight, making his bare knuckle debut from Sebastian, Florida, here is Jason Cortez. Referee Wayne Spinola with the instructions.
All right, gentlemen, you know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. If you want to now, touch them up. Step back, I'll get you started.
Wayne Spinola, once again our referee. This fight at 140 pounds. Scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Carlos Guerra and Jason Cortez. Here we go. Cortez in the red wraps, clinched early by Guerra in the blue wraps.
Cortez, know he's got to close that distance quick with being the shorter guy, and that's what he's looking to do right away. Starting out this fight in very aggressive fashion.
And Carlos with that professional Muay Thai background to go along with his boxing.
I tell you what, in a street fight, my money's on Jason Cortez, where there's no rules.
Yeah.
He's been aggressive, and that aggression is starting to pay off for him. There was some good shots.
And again, Paulie, the aggression's coming down low.
Good combinations, working the body.
Guerra seems calm, but he's got to start getting some shots off. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to remain calm. Cortez is closing the gap fairly easily on him.
Paulie, one thing you've talked about a lot tonight is fighters need to change levels. I think Cortez has changed his level more in this first minute of the fight than we've seen maybe
some of the fighters in complete fights. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And honestly, even Guerra, when he's backed up, he's getting low. He's not fighting back enough for my taste, so he's losing the round. But he's there he goes again. He gets low when he gets on the corner, and that's very important. You want to be able to protect yourself in the big shot there, and that's why he's not taking a big shot so far. But nonetheless, he's being outworked, and he's got to get to work right away. And there he goes. He opened up a cut on Cortez, and just like that, that's the thing about bare knuckle. Right. You land the shot and you get a cut open. For me, Guerra's losing the round, but he opened up a cut on Cortez Island.
But you know what? I think something Guerra's doing really good, though, is that his ability to get out of that corner, which is not easy to do. He's very slick about that, the way he turns his shoulder, kind of like slithers out of there like a snake.
Yeah, he's very composed defensively. Oh, good little short shots there.
Great combination.
And let's see if the enthusiasm and the aggression of Cortez now changes. Let's see after that combination.
I love punches and bunches, man.
What's impressive about Guerra is the calm. He comes straight down the pipe. None of those shots are coming from the side. See the way he's going straight?
Yep.
Yeah, a very calm demeanor by Guerra, and he's been able to have the success. Interesting round, because you look at all the aggression from Cortez, but the damage being taken is by Cortez.
Doesn't go to the judges often, but we do utilize the 10-point must scoring system. The 3 judges base their scorecards on effective striking. Both men have had their moments here. Final 10 seconds of round number 1.
Cortez again making the attempt with the aggression.
We saw a little bit of everything there, Benny.
Absolutely, and that's why I love 3-minute rounds, because you got to break it up. The first minute, second minute, third minute, and this fight was that ebb and flow. The first minute belonged to Cortez, then all of a sudden, Guerra lands at 1, opens a cut. That all of a sudden brought the confidence into him and then changed the fight around for him. So now we'll see how it continues.
Paulie, throughout your career, you're used to threes, obviously.
Yeah.
How different is a 3-minute round inside the Trigon?
You know, you're gonna have to rush everything, and 3 minutes inside the Trigon really forces you to work more than you want to. You know, in a professional boxing ring, you got a little bit of room to maneuver. You got 3 minutes. You kind of can budget your 3 minutes accordingly. Right. The Trigon gives you less options to budget your round, and if you do it, you are able to budget your round. It's because you worked enough to calm your opponent down.
Gotcha.
So, because your opponent's not going to calm down enough for you to be comfortable in there unless you calm him down yourself, like punching him in the mouth a few times, you know? And I feel like Guerra,
pace, right?
Yeah, I feel like Guerra's trying to do that. Cortez is more aggressive, but I feel like Guerra landed the better shots. So it's an interesting first round. Let's see how it progresses here.
Round 2. Cortez red, Guerra in the blue. Man, he's got clean hands. Diamante coming off a win over Christopher Gonzalez back in the BYB Trigon Arena April 10th.
You see when he gets too close, he drops down. Doesn't put himself in position to get hit with a big shot, making that pulling out mistake that we've seen a couple of guys make earlier tonight. Very disciplined, and it takes a calmness to not make those kind of mistakes.
And Paulie, he comes right down the pipe with those shots so straight.
Yeah, combination punching again. Nice head movement by Cortez. A nice transition to attack by Cortez off of that head movement.
The mouthpiece is gone. Cortez spit that mouthpiece out now.
Is that a mouthpiece? That's a cup. That's the same cup he put on earlier.
It was a cup?
That's the cup. I mean, that's not fitting in his mouth. It's not a boxing cup. It's a... Oh, headbutt there. Clash of heads there. As Cortez flew in.
Thank God he didn't throw that over here.
No, you got that right. I'm not picking it up.
And that's the one he forgot to put on to begin with.
Body shots from Cortez.
Cortez doing more work here in this round, and for my taste, Guerra has not landed the clean shots that he landed in the first round to put the round in his favor. Let's see how the second part of the round goes for him now, because that's where he was able to take advantage of in the first round.
Man, he throws that right just straight. You want to talk about, you know, that quickest punch is the straight line, Paulie? I like Guerra's straight right hand.
And that's something Cortez hasn't been able to dodge at all, that right hand.
Nice calm demeanor on the inside there.
There it is.
Oh, there it is again. Nice shots.
Oh, it was the right hand.
There we go, making me look good. Making him look good.
But that was a 6-inch on the button right hand. He turned it.
That's it.
That's it. He took the count.
That right hand of Diamante. Dynamite tonight.
Yeah, and he's not complaining about the stoppage either. I always wonder why guys wait till 10 to get up, but when they complain. But he didn't complain.
Right.
But he got up right at the 10.
Are you thinking about it at like 6 or 7, and then you know? Man.
Sometimes I think they just want to make it. I think they want to make it. They know they don't want to fight, but they want to make it look controversial. They want to make it look like they wanted to fight. Kind of like Conor McGregor did last week. He made it look like he wanted to fight, but he didn't really want to fight.
A long time to bring that up. A lot longer than I thought it would, Paulie.
but Cortez, credit to Cortez, he brought it every round. But credit to Guerra for taking the fight out of him, and that's what I was actually talking about in between rounds last round. Was, you know, you got to control the pace, and he was able to finally put Guerra. Guerra was finally able to put Cortez in his pocket, so to speak, control him, and took the fight out of him, to the point where he didn't want to continue fighting.
Yes.
Well, he's the wrong guy to ask that question to, because I saw his fight against when he ended up against what's the Puerto Rican Cotto, and that was amazing. Paulie, I mean, you should not have continued, but yet you did, and you won the respect of the world over with that gutty performance. And I mean, you brought it.
Fighters, you know, we have to train our minds and not just our bodies to think differently, you know. And if you haven't trained your mind to think a certain way, once you're in there, it's not just going to take that approach. Once you're in there, you're not going to react properly to the punishment. So it's very important for a fighter to train his mind as well as his body. It's obviously training the body, but people always, sometimes from the outside, don't realize how much the mental training is important.
were you 21-0 going into that fight?
Yeah. You think you're unbeatable, so you want to stay unbeatable. so you give it everything you got.
You gave it everything and then some throughout your entire career.
Is a replay.
It wasn't the mouthpiece. I thought you guys were just joking around. I thought it was the mouthpiece that came out. It wasn't.
My goodness. What is this?
There it is.
There it is.
I mean, I feel like this guy borrowed somebody's cup. Like he showed up tonight with no cup because he didn't come in the ring with a cup, and then the cup he uses just drops out of his pants.
You don't put those in the hot water and boil them.
No, the cup doesn't take your temperature, believe me.
I guess if you work in fights long enough, you see everything. Nice little shots. Look at triple, quadruple right hand. It was at first it was a little short uppercut, and then he turned it into a double and triple right hook. Let's see it again. Cortez is gonna, a straight right hand, and then look, 1, 2, and 3, triple. Actually, the third one actually didn't even land. There was a double right hand, double right hook after the straight right hand. And Mike, you had mentioned that the nice straight right hand Guerra had been showing, you know, a very disciplined, very short, compact, and it wasn't turning a lot, but it was doing the job. It was pop, pop. It was just diminishing Cortez little by little. And finally, he was able to transition it to those double hooks as well.
That's what we're talking about, that precision, and sure enough, it was there. That very precise punches.
A man I know quite well once said something silly. His precision was very precise. That would be me.
That's you.
That's me. Here's Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for both fighters, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, your referee in charge, Wayne Spinola, reaches the count of 10 at 2 minutes, 17 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by knockout, still undefeated, Carlos El Diamante Guerra.
2-0, born in Mexico City, still has his Muay Thai gym there. In Mexico, they think he's crazy. You got to be a little bit of that to do what these guys do for a living. Great fight. He gets the medallion, a replica of the medallion from 1850. Great to have Mr. Scott Burke here in attendance tonight.
Absolutely, a historian in bare-knuckle fighting, and I mean, he can tell you stories upon stories all the days back in Mississippi when they'd pull up 2 train loads full of people and then all of a sudden pick a designated area in the middle of the woods, and that's where they would have the fight.
He said when he went into the Sullivan House, which is where the Hall of Fame is, the equipment that was utilized over 100 years ago was still there. Still there. How good is that? All right, Rhino.
Goldie, thanks. So, in the end, Dada 5,000. El Diamante, the diamond, a little better than El Diablo, the devil. Really, 2 very good fighters. So we're halfway home this great card, BYB Extreme 6. 5 fights up, 5 fights down, 1 TKO, and 4 knockouts. You said it at the top of the broadcast. You never go the distance in BYB Extreme.
Listen, when you look at the mighty Trigon, when you think about numerology and astrology, you know, this thing is one of a kind. You know, there's nothing on earth that's quite like it. You know, and I like Carlos Guerrera's style. He peppered him up nicely and took him out.
Did you think that El Diablo would get up at the end? He came close all the way to the 10 count until this fight was called. He thought about it.
He thought about it, but you know, I mean, from the looks of it, it don't look like those pepper punches, you know what I'm saying? But you keep getting hit, and hit, even if it's not a big hit, you know, it'll soften you up, you know, and hard-fought fight, well-deserved, you know, Carlos Guerrera, you know what I'm saying? Can't wait to see him again.
Is that what made the difference?
Definitely. You know, listen, when you talk about skills, when you talk about techniques, you know, he kept his composure, he used his reach, you know, and he touched him up. It was punches and bunches, you know, and he rolled out the red carpet.
Yeah, he sure did. So, lightweight fight next, 135 pounds, 5 3-minute rounds. Spencer Ruggieri from the LA area against David Morgan from Phoenix. And we spoke with all the fighters yesterday. You know these guys very well as the founder, as the person who runs this entire fight platform. Spencer Ruggieri is a little bit of a scary guy. This is an intense guy. David Morgan couldn't be nicer in our meetings. Spencer was ready to fight yesterday.
Of course. And when you look at Spencer, when you look at, his appearance, we have something in common. We both got black nails, know? And he says that I'm going to make a name for myself in BYB Extreme. And even if the people do not know who I am when I step in that mighty Trigon ring, they're going to know who I am when I'm leaving with my hands raised in victory.
David Morgan, really a great story. Lost his construction job during COVID, took his unemployment check and invested in a gym. He really wanted to get involved in the fight game. He loves fighting. This is a nice guy away from the Trigon who's got to get mean against Ruggieri tonight.
Definitely. He's going to dig down deep. And, when you think about Dogfight, the movie, right, it was titled Dogfight because those dudes had to dig down deep. They had to bring out the dog inside them. Not D-O-G, D-A-W-G.
Right.
And that's what these guys are doing inside of the night. They're digging down deep.
Let's go back Trigon side now. Tail of tape, here's Goldie.
Rhino, thank you very much. Dangerous David Morgan taking this fight on 2 weeks' notice against Ulfhidden Spencer Ruggieri. Ulfhidden, a sacred, powerful Norse warrior, Paulie.
Sure is. Some good punch and power on Ruggieri, and be on the lookout for that. Morgan taking the fight just on 2 weeks' notice. Wonder how much preparation he's really had. If he was in the gym, a lot of things cross your mind here. The tail of the tape almost even. You got a 1-inch reach advantage for Ruggieri, but a 1-inch height advantage for Morgan. We'll see. Probably if there's one advantage to look at through the tail of the tape, Ruggieri is 28 years old, 5 years younger, probably the prime of his career as far as your age is concerned, if you talk about an athletic career.
Set for this battle at 135.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the blue corner, David Morgan.
Well, Dave Bryan talked about it, how David Morgan took that check and opened up American Fight Systems in Glendale, Arizona. Boxing and kickboxing gym. And if you know the demographics, MMA, boxing, wrestling of Phoenix and the outskirts, there's a lot of talented dudes there. Glendale, Arizona, the home of the lab, led by, of course, Benson Henderson. David says, I'm a brawler, and I'm coming in to do damage. I'm not afraid to take one, to give one. He did make his pro debut, Benny, 5 months ago. Lost by TKO 22 seconds into the second.
Exactly, and he said he learned a lot from that part of it. He said, so the key for him now is to get there first. Get there first, slip the punches, but land punches himself. Don't wait around. He fought Travis Thompson, and Travis Thompson caught him, and that's what this time he wants to avoid that, and he wants to get there first all the time. Get there first, step on that pedal right away.
Said I need to be busier, as you said, and let's utilize this clinch a little bit. I'm pretty good at it, so I'm going to look to showcase it here tonight. Dangerous David Morgan.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon from the red corner, Spencer Ruggieri.
I can straight out tell you, I watched it from start to finish. Spencer Ruggieri and David Diaz. They went the full 5 rounds. Majority decision for Diaz. That fight is with the length, it's the best bare knuckle fight I have yet to see. Those two dudes, absolute warriors. Spencer cracked him in the second round. It was his first time under the lights. Joey Beltran was in the corner of Diaz. It was an unbelievable battle, Benny.
And you know, Mike, here's the thing. This guy's 0-1 in professional fights that are sanctioned, but he's 9-0 in underground fights. And when he fights underground, anything goes. And this guy, I mean, violence is a part of him. This guy, he grew up in Palos Verdes. There's not a house under $5 million in Palos Verdes. He said, I was born with a silver spoon, but I spit it out. Look at those tattoos. Anybody's got that many tattoos, he can take pain.
He can indeed. It was a 5-round war. He said, this is a different level. I come from the underground, and he sees nothing but empty thrones. Making his BYB Extreme debut, Spencer Ruggieri. Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, our next bout of the evening brought to you by BYB Extreme and Karmacoin. Scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare-knuckle boxing in the lightweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Michael Tate, Richard Green, and Manuel Marquez Jr. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks with black and red trim. He weighed in at 137 pounds. Tonight, seeking his first bare knuckle win from Phoenix, Arizona, here is Dangerous David Morgan. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing the snakeskin black trunks. He weighed in at 137 pounds. His professional bare knuckle record, 9 wins, 1 loss. From Palos Verdes, California, here is Spencer Ulfheiden Ruggieri. Referee Bill Clancy with the instructions.
Bring it in, gentlemen. Bring it here. Bring it here. All right, gentlemen, into the rules in the back. I want a good, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. You must obey my commands. Your trunks are fine. Everything above the line. Touch them up if you'd like. Go back to your corner. Good luck. God bless.
Bill Clancy, our referee. Ruggieri's father came to the States and broke his back. Marble and granite. His uncle and dad came from Spain. His mother is full Irish. He said, I'm come from a breed of survivors, conquerors, and warriors. Here we go. Southpaw, Ruggieri, orthodox stance, blue wrap, David Morgan.
Morgan tried to switch to southpaw right away, and now he went back to the right-handed stance, and now back southpaw, and now back right-handed. I guess he's going to figure it out as he goes along. Southpaw now.
Ruggieri says he's not going to reach for the judges. He wants to settle this with his bare knuckles and take care of business that way.
And he throws in some mean intentions like Ruggieri. Shot there by Morgan on the come up.
There was a point in the fight against Diaz where Spencer had rocked him and he kind of pushed him away. And Spencer told us that his father said, hey, you got to finish him there. And Spencer was funny. He said, Dad, you really don't know a lot about boxing. He's like, come on, Dad, you don't know. But then he did admit to us, like, my dad was right. So no, I'm not going to push away. I'm going to finish it tonight.
Lesson learned. He seems a little bit too excited, though. He needs to set up those power shots a bit better. He's overshooting a lot of times here. Morgan is a little bit calmer, but just not as active. So he's not, I wouldn't say he's winning the round, but Ruggieri's having trouble landing the big shot because he's just trying to get right to it as opposed to maybe setting a trap in some way. Let's see if he can calm down enough to start getting those shots at home.
But, you know, Spencer, I mean, we talk about blinding speed, though, Paulie. He's got, his foot movement is amazing. He can get in and out of there so fast.
He's hitting while he's down there. Gotta be careful.
He did have a point deduction in the fight against Diaz for a backhand.
Yeah, he's gotta be careful there.
Yep.
Morgan got pushed down there. Yeah, he got hit while he was down, so it didn't look like a legit knockdown. But here's my question. When you're in the Muay Thai lock, right, or what do they call it?
Muay Thai clinch, the plum clinch.
Right, the plum clinch. If you have no other way to get out of it and you willfully take a knee like Morgan just did,
he should have stopped.
Is that a knockdown? Because technically you're taking a chance away from Ruggieri.
That's a knockdown. Punch, if his knee touches.
I mean, I'm literally just asking a genuine question here because if the lock is allowed, then, and you can't get yourself out of it, and you're about to take punishment, if you take a knee before any punch arrives, technically, I mean, you've just escaped getting yourself hit, and now you're going to start over. I mean, it's almost like an advantage. I feel like that should be punished in some way, you know?
Yes, because okay, let's say if it would have been an accidental headbutt or a punch below the belt, but the punch below, they give him 5 minutes to recover.
Yeah.
This one, though, he took a knee on his own.
Took a knee on his own, and because he was about to... What the decision is going to be here, because Morgan says he doesn't want to fight, and is it going to be a DQ or is it going to be a no contest?
Okay, but Bill said it was not a knockdown.
No knockdown.
He took a knee.
Yeah.
How do you take a knee and not?
Well, is it a foul because he's taking some time because he got hit while he was down?
I mean, you go to Orlando Salido as a boxer. Okay, we're getting an explanation. Okay, so go ahead.
So Bill Clancy just told us.
Okay, there is a couple of shots there. He can't get out. He can't get himself out of there. And then he finally takes a knee. And that's my question here. There was a couple of shots. Nothing is fight-ending, including when he's down. I don't think it's fight-ending punishment. But he's just taking a knee to escape. And honestly, this is me going against even my own style, because I wouldn't know how to get out of that lock right there. So my only option might be to take a knee. But again, I mean, I would deserve to be punished for that, because I'm taking a chance away from the other fighter. If this is within the rule set, I'm taking a chance away from a guy like Ruggieri to land some good shots, right? I'm legitimately, I guess confused with the rule.
Okay, but Paulie, go back to your fight with Lobo. I mean, when you took the worst punishment was when he had you in the tie plug.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and
but you didn't think of taking a knee.
No, I had to figure out a way to get out of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just, and here's the replay there again. You see, he's got the lock. He's a block here, and nothing's really getting through. He's trying to get out of the lock. He's trying to punch his way. He can't get out of it. I mean, Ruggieri has a nice lock going on there. Finally, when he takes a knee, he lets his defense down a little bit, and Ruggieri decides to keep punching. But
okay, so here's from an MMA perspective what would have happened. If you have 3 points, he would have been considered a downed opponent. You could strike him anywhere except the head. So you could continue offensively. Something we are seeing for the first time in BYB.
It's like a little hole in the rule set.
Yeah. But that's how we evolve.
Yeah, that's how we evolve. When it happens and you go sit back and sit down and say, okay, how do we address this next time? Because guys will just start to take knees before they take a shot and get themselves out of these clinches that they otherwise wouldn't know how to get out of.
Great point. Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for both fighters, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, your referee in charge, Bill Clancy, calls a halt to the bout at 1 minute, 37 seconds of the first round. Due to an accidental foul, this bout is declared no contest.
Well, not the way either of these men wanted their BYB Extreme debut to go. But I like the matchup. I like the early start of it. Let's just schedule it again for,
for 2 months. For taking a fight on 2 weeks' notice, Morgan kind of robbed the bank there. He got himself a payday, especially against a good opponent like Ruggieri. Got himself a payday, didn't get beat, and kind of escapes unscathed, so to speak. Maybe they'll do it again.
Yeah, we're back in a couple of months. Put him right back on the card. I'll buy it.
Absolutely, and I think it was on its way to being a great contest. I think Ruggieri's a very interesting talent, especially that experience of all that underground fighting.
Yeah,
and you see the potential in Ruggieri. He's just emotionally a bit unstable in there. He was overshooting a lot of shots, but you can see the potential in the shots because they're straight, they're hard, they've got weight behind them. He knows how to throw a punch. He just was forgetting the setups, because if you got a very defensive-minded opponent like Morgan was very defensive-minded, he's going to look to be defensive before attacking you, and so a guy like that is going to see all the attack coming.
Up next, we have Erin Toughill, Jozette Cotton. Then we will feature the 4 men remaining in our 185-pound tournament, plus The belt is on the line at 135. Patricia Juarez and Christine Knuckle Stanley. Stick around.
The world is in crisis, with political unrest and financially unstable countries trying to print their way out of money troubles. It's incredibly concerning. That's why you should call today to receive the free hard asset information kit on how you should own gold. Just since 2000, gold is up 500%, while the dollar is down 33%. With many gold experts predicting gold can surge up to $25,000 an ounce, now is the time to buy gold. Hard Asset Management is a trusted leader in working with clients around the world. We offer easy ordering, fast shipping, and we have the guaranteed lowest prices on all gold bullion items, with customer service available 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, Monday through Friday. Because gold doesn't have the same volatility that paper currency is subject to, it makes a much more attractive alternative for wealth preservation. Call now and get your free Hard Asset Management Gold Kit for the top reasons why you should own gold. 844-426-4653.
Accidental foul, no contest is the end result. Dada 5000 of the lightweight bout between Spencer Ruggieri and David Morgan. The question is, do you agree?
Absolutely not. You know, I know what I seen from my angle. I don't think it was something that should have ended the fight, but I don't know what he was thinking and what he actually felt. You know, I really feel that the fight could have went on. You know, it's a no contest, you know, and, you know, I think that Spencer Ruggieri, you know what I'm saying, definitely deserves to come back. You know, he's high energetic, he's octane. You know, I really feel like David was hurt a few times in that, and, you know, he's seen the opportunity, and he took it.
Well, David Morgan takes a knee, trying to get up, and then the glancing blow from Ruggieri didn't look like he really connected. That would have made a huge difference. You and I saw that from here at the set. But in the end, this fight is called. That's tough for David Morgan, who trained for this so hard in the couple weeks notice he got to come here to fight in the Trigon.
I give him the E for effort for actually coming out. You know, inside the mighty Trigon, you know, hey, this thing finished its opponents. And if you got guys inside there with skills, I mean, it's just an even more bittersweet moment, you know.
Women's fights next here, Dada. The #1 head buster herself from Omaha, Nebraska, Jozette Cotton, against Erin Toughill, who is so well known with many different fighting platforms. We met them both yesterday, both very confident. And Erin Toughill is 44 years old. She is ready to rock.
Oh, yeah, listen, what a lot of individuals don't know is that Erin Toughill was on the American Gladiators as Steel. You know, she's also squared off against Layla Ali. You know, so she definitely is a game fighter, you know, and that takes nothing away from Jozette Cotton because she says, Dada, they call me the #1 head buster. Erin Toughill said, okay, well, tomorrow night, which is tonight, Friday, July 16th, I'm going to put your name to the test.
From Orange County, California, Erin Toughill. Let's learn more about her story.
Erin Toughill. I'm fighting out of Costa Mesa, California, and the upcoming fight is at super middleweight. I've been fighting professionally since 1999. I went to several different high schools in 3 years, a lot of anger problems, a lot of fights, got kicked out a lot. I never knew when I started training that it was going to turn into a career. I started in boxing, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu. I'm a world title challenger. I fought MMA at the highest level. The one thing I would really like people to know about me is animal rescue. For 6 years, I've been a vegan, and I did it because of the animals. When people think that you can't perform at a high level, that's incorrect, and I'm fucking jacked. Bare knuckle means no gloves. What is it like to get in the ring with me? I think it's fucking terrifying. There's levels to this. I'm at a fucking high level. Well, the past has absolutely shaped me into who I am today. I'm fighting for BYB July 16th at the Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Get ready for a fucking knockout.
Intense to say the least, Dada 5000. She is ready to fight. First time in the mighty Trigon. How do you think she responds here?
Because she's game, right? So because she's game and she's an athlete and she's skilled on so many different levels and she has that boxing background, no doubt, you know, I've never seen her compete, but because she's fought the best, that means that she has to have good head movement and good footwork, you know, and I like to see how she's gonna, you know what I'm saying, fare out just weaving and getting out of the way, you know, of those blows that, you know, the #1 headbuster is gonna be throwing away.
Jozette Cotton told us yesterday that her accuracy and head movement will be big factors as well.
Yes, yes, definitely. You know, I had an opportunity to see some of Jozette. She's aggressive, you know, and these, for those that are watching around the world, at home, or wherever you are, these are pretty big chicks, you know, closing in at almost 170, you know, and they're fit. You know, I seen, you know, Erin at the weigh-ins when she said she was jacked and she held her shoulders up. It's a lot of torque, a lot of power coming from those shoulders.
Broad shoulders. Goldie, let's go back to you, Trigon side.
Built of steel, as in steel on American Gladiators. Erin Toughill, 44 years old, 11 years the elder of her opponent, 4 inches taller. Erin Toughill, 2-time world title challenger. The 2 opponents, Laila Ali and Jackie Frazier-Lyde. Their dads were both pretty good as well.
Absolutely, and I got a chance to announce those fights when she did fight those 2 ladies. And, you know, both of those ladies were extremely boxing IQ was part of them. And I thought Erin went in there, and she hadn't had much experience. Not much experience when she got in there. So what you're not seeing here in the tail of the tape, though, is Toughill's tremendous experience in the fight combat.
Let's bring him in, Bob Alexander.
And now, ready to make her way to the Trigon from the blue corner, Jozette Cotton.
So I was watching some past interviews with Jozette. Got a chance to talk to #1 headbuster. Born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska. Has trained under the legendary Grover Wiley, the last opponent of Julio Cesar Chavez Sr.'s Hall of Fame career. I like Jozette Cotton. She is a cool young lady. She is a gamer. She competed in MMA against Kayla Harrison, the Olympian, and she's ready to just spoil the show, plain and simple. She knows Erin Toughill has got the name, she's got this, she's got that, she's got everything working for her, and she's saying all I got to do is boom, be the #1 headbuster, and I get my arm raised.
Exactly. And you know, one of the impressive things I thought that she did was, of all the fighters, she came into the Trigon and went in there and started moving around and started getting a feel for what she's got to do from here. And she understands the key to this thing is hit, not get hit.
And now, ready to make her way to the Trigon from the red corner, Erin Toughill.
Means Irish. Steel was her name on American Gladiator. It's funny, she was talking, and you know, Benny was saying that he got to call the fight against Laila Ali, one of her 2 title fights during her professional boxing days. That when Laila was on American Gladiators, Paulie, there was still a rivalry going on. There was
and she was saying, okay, you got me in boxing, let's give me a shot in MMA.
Right?
Obviously that never happened.
It did not. It did not. And Erin is well known for so many things, her conditioning, her work. Signed a huge contract with Strikeforce. It didn't work out. She was going to fight Marlos Kunin. There was a time in which she was going to fight Chris Cyborg. 44 years old, BYB debut. Erin Toughill says, this is a new start, and I'm going to make something of it.
And she's fought every kind of combat sports there is. She's gone to Japan, fought 15 rounds. 15-minute rounds.
Yes.
15-minute rounds. That's insane.
Erin Toughill, Jozette Cotton. Here's Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood, our next bout of the evening is brought to you by BYB Extreme and Karma Coin. scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the super middleweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Richard Green, Manuel Marquez Jr., and Vicente Rodriguez. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the red trunks with the white trim. She weighed in at 169 pounds. Tonight, making her bare knuckle debut from Omaha, Nebraska, here is Jozette, #1 head buster Cotton. Her opponent fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim. She weighed in at 169 pounds. Also making her bare knuckle debut from Costa Mesa, California, here is Erin Toughill. Referee Wayne Spinola with the instructions.
All right, ladies, you know the rules. Obey my commands all the time. Protect yourself. If you want to now, touch them up, step back and get the guy started.
Erin Toughill, Jozette Cotton. Fight scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds.
Look how relaxed Cotton is with both hands down.
Right?
Comes in shooting that 1-2.
Omaha, Nebraska zone. Matt Delanoit still ahead. Our main event of the evening. Man, they're going at it early.
Jozette's really good at slipping punches, Mike. And what she does is she does that little pivot. And that pivot really helps her to then get a good base for her punches.
Yeah, and she's very relaxed. Toughill, on the other hand, looking to be aggressive, but a little bit tight, a little bit tense, and is not able to get the shots off. It gets off a good right hand there. Probably her best shot of the fight so far, but it's been Jozette who's been able to get off the more smooth shots so far.
The one thing Jozette said when we asked her about Erin, what's the key? She said, I got to slip her jab. Got to slip her jab.
She's got Toughill.
That was a good left that connected.
Toughill finally walking through some shots, but Toughill's got to get more confident in that jab. I mean, Jozette's saying I got to slip her jab, but it's been Jozette who's been more active with the jab.
Right.
And look at the way she's going to work that body.
Yeah. Now, both women have competed in MMA, so that utilization of the clinch in which we are educating Paulie on as we continue throughout the evening.
That education is useful.
You could educate us,
especially after that last fight. And see Toughill, some blood there on the left cheek now.
2-minute rounds here in our women's bout. This special attraction, then our women's title fight will be 7 2-minute rounds.
And somebody's got to feint. Again, like I said, I say this all the time. Somebody's got to feint in those dead spots or shoot jabs in those dead spots. Jozette looked very comfortable in that first round. And easily, I think she won that round.
She looks like she didn't expand any energy at all. She looked like she knew exactly what she was doing. Great job of pivoting, moving from side to side.
And on the other hand, Toughill looked a little bit hesitant because of that, because of the fact that Jozette was so relaxed and able to shoot such quick shots to surprise her. I mean, there were moments where Toughill was right in that range, and with Jozette with her arms hands down, and Toughill still was hesitant to do anything. Worried about the counter, worried about the speed.
I think those body shots really slowed her down. Jozette has made a very concerted effort to attack that body, and that's what she's been doing. I think that slowed down Toughill.
Toughill, Jozette Cotton, round 2. Good start for the very relaxed #1 head buster. Erin Toughill began kickboxing at age 18 under Sean McCauley at LA Boxing in Huntington Beach. Still training out in the Costa Mesa area now with Team Body Shop. Erin Toughill is trained with some of the best around, Jason Perillo, many others.
Toughill is a little bit hesitant. She can't find her range, and she needs to feint right here. Here's what she needs to feint. She's trying to move her head, pawing with that lead jab because she doesn't want to step in with it. She's hesitant of a counter from Jozette. See, right away she gets defensive as soon as there's even a feint from Jozette. And it's got to be Toughill who feints right here. It's got to be Toughill. Now Jozette is turning southpaw. It's got to be a little bit more relaxed here from Toughill. She's got to be able to feint her way and set up a trap for Jozette's low guard. Right now, Jozette's not worried. She sees everything.
And it's like she's daring him to get in that kill zone. Get in that kill zone, and let's see what you got, because that's where Jozette knows she can do the most damage.
She's hesitant. She's hesitant, and it's making her tight, and it's only giving Jozette more confidence because she sees everything. And there's a good right hand. And there's a couple of good right hands. Finally, she got going. And that's what she needed. Let's see if that turns the fight around for her a little bit.
Toughill spent many years training at Extreme Couture in Las Vegas. Cotton, a true Omaha, Nebraska product.
And now she's got to close that gap again. Back to square one. See if she's able to do it. Oh, big overhand right.
That got her attention.
Oh, she opened up her jaw with that shot.
2-minute round, so we're in the final seconds of #2.
Credit to Toughill for fighting back there, but again, Jozette Robinson.
She's got the lumpatoma starting in the middle of the forehead, too.
You got to get some ice on that.
Yep.
I thought what was working for Toughill was she made Jozette aware of that jab, but then she started coming in with that lead right, and that lead right got in there.
Yeah, but again, she's got to just close the gap just enough. She's not able to close the gap enough. She's not able to get it off enough to be effective. You know, she got off a couple of good ones in that round, but it's nothing consistent because she's still hesitant to step into that punch zone. Because Jozette is so relaxed and she shoots so quickly with the trigger because she's so relaxed. Toughill, on the other hand, is the opposite. She's too tight, so she can't pull the trigger in time. It's a combination punching by Cotton here in the southpaw stance. And you see she's closing the gap. She's closing the gap in there right there. Combination shots. Credit to Toughill for trying to punch back at the bell, but nice combination to punctuate the round for Jozette Cotton.
There's a lot of hype if you're Erin Toughill. And Jozette Cotton said, I am here to rebuild myself and let the world know who I am as a fighter. Round 3.
Again, even a level change with as a feint can work here for Toughill. Nothing. Oh, and that's why she's hesitant. You see that counter right hand by Cotton. Jozette Cotton there with a counter right hand over the top of the jab, and that's why Toughill is hesitant to step in with that jab. And she just keeps coming up short with it.
Benny, your scorecard after 2 rounds.
Well, I like the job that Jozette's doing. I think it's more effective, and I think that it's kind of like the way I try to differentiate. Which punch would you like to get hit with, or not get hit with in this case? And I thought Jozette's landing those heavier shots. But what I really like about what she's doing, and you watch Toughill, all her punches are coming from one angle, and one angle only. So that gets easy to defend against that, and then she goes underneath and goes to that body.
Paulie?
Yeah, I mean, same thing with me. I think Jozette Cotton is in control of the fight. Toughill's hanging tough. She's trying, but she's overthinking. You can see it in her face. She's a bit befuddled and confused by the fact that she can't get anything consistent going. And when she even tries too hard, she actually gets walked into some traps and good shots.
Her last fight was 1 year, 9 months ago for Erin Toughill. Jozette Cotton made her professional boxing debut March of 2020 in Albuquerque, a majority draw with Jordan Garcia.
See, Toughill is exclusively looking for the head. Yeah. She's not looking for the body at all. I haven't seen her bend her knee. I'd love to see her use more of her waist, waist movement.
And Ben, you made a great point with the bending of the knee, because I think it could be used as a feint as well. You change levels, you just get Jozette Cotton biting on something.
the same idea every time.
From that southpaw stance, now orthodox, effective both ways.
She didn't hear the bell, but she got her bell rung with that shot.
Yeah, I mean, she actually did hear her bell too soon there. That was weird. Tohill made a mistake not attacking her there.
BYB 7 comes your way Friday, September 10th. Our main event will be the finals of our 185-pound tournament. The semifinal matchup still to come. Jomi Escoboza, Sergio Melo are next. And then in our main event of the evening, Rene White Boy Rodriguez facing off with Matt MFD Delanoit. Social media, join us now, like, subscribe, YouTube, watch all the old fights. Tell us what you're thinking on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and we'll talk to Paulie about the clinch. If you guys want to send some Muay Thai pictures or something, is that Paulie?
Transition. How do we transition and prevent guys from just taking a knee to escape that clinch?
Right. And I'm only saying that to Paulie, Benny, because I think he won't punch me.
No.
Yeah.
There's got to be, but it's got to. You can't punish the guys who are giving the clinch. You know, I'm actually trying to protect the guys who are doing the clinch. You know, which boxers wouldn't be doing it. You know, because I feel like if guys are just taking knees, then they're getting a free escape if they're not punished for taking a knee.
Yep. All right, let's talk about this one. We're in the 4th round now. It's been all cotton. Paulie, if you're Erin Toughill's trainer, you're in her corner. What did you tell her to do?
You need to close that gap, and I'm going to give her a couple of ideas to close that gap. Feints, number 1. Jab off the feint, number 2. Step in with the jab, and I know you're hesitant, so therefore feint first, then step in with the jab. You know, you got the mixture of the two. She's having trouble figuring out how to close that last step, that last 6 to 8 inches, where she'd be in range to land a more consistent right hand after the jab, because she's hesitant. Why? Because Jozette Cotton's speed is countering her with shots she doesn't see coming.
There's a speed right there on cue, Benny.
And there is, she's short again. She's coming up short. She needs to close that gap. She can't.
But see all the different angles Jozette offers her? Yep. And that's the thing, and you know, the tough thing about boxing, when you get an unorthodox person, you're not used to defending punches from those angles. And that's what Josette's doing.
And Benny also made a great point later on. She's looking for the same thing constantly. She's looking for that, just try to touch with the jab and maybe try to hope that Jozette gives her the range for the right hand, because she's not finding the range for the right hand. Jozette, the time she got hit with the right hand, gave her the right hand, the range on that right hand. So she's not even thinking outside the box right now.
And Jozette switches her stance seamlessly. And
there, you see the feint. Now she's so relaxed. She got her toe biting on a feint. And of course, this all looks seamlessly. The transition, that even looks seamless when it's this easy. When somebody's not forcing you to think, you can she's having a good time in there.
Sure.
And if you've got the timing set down pat, and you've got the timing of your opponent down pat, it's fun for you.
Look at her face, though, unscathed. There's not a single mark on her face.
Not the same in the other corner.
There's a blood bank there.
Benny, you've been around this boxing world for a very long time, and I am not calling you old. I'm just saying your experience, my friend. We're seeing boxers switch their stance. We see it in MMA, but now boxers are doing it more often. Doesn't look like Erin will continue. Potentially, they're checking on it right now. The doctor's there.
I thought they stopped it.
Nope, they're going to go. But I want to ask you about that. Yeah. Because old school, you didn't see that, right?
Exactly. And I think that, especially in bare-knuckle fighting, the thing that you have to, and you know, Paulie realized that when he fought, is that you have to get there first, any which way you can, and you have to change the angle. The guys who can attack the body, the boxers that can attack the body, do very, very well.
Right.
If you're exclusively looking for the head, not as well.
And Chavez Sr. was the man who did it. He would step in, wasn't a full switch, right, Paulie? But he would step in, but man, that dude attacked the body.
Yeah, you have to have your little your little angle switches, your little tricks, your little deceptions to close that gap. And right now, that's been Tohill's biggest problem.
And Chavez was so good at creating angles, especially inside. He could move that his shoulder, his hips, and did it very good. I mean, just smoothly.
And a nice hook there, landed a second ago by Tohill. But again,
Erin's all defensive here.
Yeah, she's trying to just step in.
That's the first body shot she's thrown, Erin.
Jozette Cotton looks so relaxed.
Because now Erin's trying to get there, then punch. You got to punch your way in. You got to use the punches to punch your way in. You let that jab get you in there. You can't get there and then try to punch.
Now she's got a cut open on Josette's right below her right eye.
But there's 40 seconds left in this fight, and the only way Erin Tohill is going to get her arm raised is to knock Jozette Cotton out.
And you know what? Credit to Tohill for trying to go for it this round. Credit to her for trying to punch for that knockout. She's actually making Jozette a little bit more uncomfortable now. Although now, the pace is slowing down enough. Fatigue on both sides there.
Yep. 10 seconds from the distance in this special attraction. They're going to fight till the finish.
Sometimes the fights in the Trigon do go the distance.
Yes.
But you know, Paulie, if Erin Tohill would have fought from the very beginning, like she fought that last round, she could have won this fight.
Yeah, she would have made Jozette Cotton a bit more uncomfortable, and you would have had to force Jozette Cotton to show character and not just talent. Not saying Jozette Cotton doesn't have the character to stay in a tough fight, but we would have found out a little bit. Right now, we didn't find that out because she was comfortable for most of the fight, and so Tohill didn't get her to that point. Obviously, on ability, Jozette Cotton was the more talented one.
Yes.
But we wanted to see Tohill could get her to try to reach in for that character.
So in this super middleweight special attraction, Tohill and Cotton go the distance. Our official decision is coming up next. Referees rendering, or pardon me, judges rendering their decision. Erin Tohill, Jozette Cotton, both making their bare knuckle professional debuts here tonight. They go the 5-round distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the decision, let's have a great round of applause for both fighters, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock, live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, after 5 rounds of bare knuckle boxing, we go to the scorecards. Judge Richard Green Jr. scores the bout 49-46 for Cotton. Judge Manuel Marquez Jr. scores the bout 48-47 for Tohill. And Judge Vicente Rodriguez scores the bout 49-46 for the winner by split decision, Jozette #1 head buster Cotton.
And this is the problem with these bare knuckle judges. They have no idea how to score a fight, with the exception of who's coming forward, some of them. And luckily 2 judges were actually understanding of what they were watching in this fight, because I didn't think it was close. I didn't think it was competitive. I don't think you guys did either. And one judge completely misrepresented everything Jozette Cotton was doing, and which was really to be appreciated. Totally didn't appreciate it at all. And the science of and the art of the style of boxing she was doing. Credit to Toughill for hanging tough, but you don't win fights just for coming forward. That is a mentally challenged way of watching and scoring a fight.
Yeah, and I always like to think of it as scoring as, again, like I said, which punch would you rather get hit with or not get hit with? And I think she threw enough of those. Jozette did. They were power shots, and they were to the body, and they did some damage and really slowed down Erin.
She did exactly what she told us she was going to come here and do. Establish herself, showcase her fighting skills, and it's onward and upward from here.
Hit and not get hit. That's what she said she was going to do, and that's the way it turned out.
That's what she did. But again, I would have liked to see Toughill fight the whole fight like she did the last round.
Well,
would have been really interesting.
If you asked her right now, she would use the coach's phrase, I should have started on time. Yeah, right? I should have started on time. And that's what Erin's thinking to herself right now. So we've got the 3 big ones still to come. The semifinal matchups in our 185-pound tournament. And the first ever BYB Extreme World Championship belt will go to either Christine Stanley or Patricia Juarez. That fight in the women's 135-pound division. Let's get it back up to Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, before our next bout, we have 3 mega celebrities sitting with us at ringside who we would like to introduce to you right now. First of all, we have Joey Beltran, who is the reigning Police Gazette World Diamond Belt Heavyweight Champion. He's the first champion to win it in the ring since the great John L. Sullivan did it 132 years ago in 1889. That was 75 rounds, 2 hours, 16 minutes in Richburg, Mississippi. Sullivan never defended his title bout, but Joey has successfully defended it twice. Joey Beltran, ladies and gentlemen. Also joining us, Luis Palomino, the reigning Police Gazette World Diamond 155-pound champion. He's also successfully defended his title. He owns many belts in the combat world, but he said how very proud he is of his Police Gazette title, as it's a direct historical link to the great John L. Sullivan and the origin of all the other bouts. Luis Palomino. And last but certainly not least, if you're a boxing fan, you've probably heard this young lady's last name. She is currently running the greatest casting agency, where she's filming all kinds of great programs, documentaries, and movies. She was married at one point to the late former 3-time heavyweight champion of the world, the greatest, Muhammad Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Kalia Camacho Ali.
Great to have the Mexicutioner in the house here tonight. I haven't seen Joey in years. It's good to see him. The champions are here, and of course, Mrs. the late, great Muhammad Ali. I was doing my homework on the doctor. She is a 9th degree black belt in karate.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That is.
Yeah, that's not 7th or 8th, Rhino. That would be 9th degree black belt.
9th, Goldie, impressive. And great to see the VIPs in the house. Speaking of VIPs, Dada 5000 back here at the set. Can it be a BYB Extreme fight, Dada, that goes the distance? It's not a usual occurrence in the mighty Trigon. Jozette Cotton, I thought, such an impressive start, dominant through all 5 rounds. I didn't think Erin Toughill was ever really in the fight.
No, me either. You know, and I really feel like, you know, Jozette, she stuck to her game plan. You know, she was moving around. And I think that, you know, the art form of presentation when she was dropping her hands and, you know, like hit me. I mean, believe it or not, that has some type of influence, you know?
Distraction.
And, there you go. And she did land more points, you know, punches. She was the aggressor. You know, I think that was the right decision.
What kind of future does Jozette Cotton, the #1 head buster, have in BYB Extreme?
Well, I think that she definitely has a future. You know, she wants to get her weight, you know, down a little more, you know, so she could be a little bit more, you know, smaller. There's not that many big women, you know, big athlete chicks, you know, that's stepping in there. So let's say, you know, she's the #1 head buster. You're not going to find too many at that weight that's going to be in a position to get
good athlete, good technician. I was really impressed. Let's move on now and talk about John Michael Escoboza. Jomi Escoboza, a fighter you know so well against Sergio Melo in the co-main event cruiserweights. We've seen a lot of Jomi Escoboza inside the mighty Trigon, and what happens is knockout specialist. Early and often, Jomi ends fights.
Yes, he's surgical with that jab, you know? I mean, he told me, Dada, when I'm fighting for the title inside of September, I'm gonna come out with a doctor's uniform on, you know, because I'm gonna be surgical with that thing. And he's gonna give the world a sneak peek of it tonight.
Let's learn more about the Arcangel himself.
My name is John Michael Escoboza, fight name Jomi, the Arcangel Escoboza. Fighting has always been something that I've always wanted to do since I was 4 years old. I've always wanted to be a ninja. My parents never liked fighting. They always was on school, but decided I was like, that's it. I'm gonna listen to myself, I'm gonna follow my dreams, and I just started fighting from them. I got into some street fights before, but I've always knew that I needed to get professional training, so I started going to a gym, and we've just been grinding and climbing up the ranks from amateurs to pros. Fighting has done a lot for me mentally, physically, spiritually. I started doing kickboxing, mixed martial arts. Now I do everything. Bare knuckle boxing, it's pretty savage. It's like boxing, it has a little bit of MMA clinch rules in it, but you take off the gloves, no hand wraps. It's very intimidating for a lot of people, but for me, nothing has ever intimidated me about fighting. I've never been nervous. I'm 6-0 bare knuckle boxing right now. Each bare knuckle fight, I gain experience. When I stare into my opponent's eyes and look into his soul, and tell him, hey man, you're gonna die. He should expect a lot of destruction coming to his face. He's old, he's past his 40. He's talked trash more than any opponent that I've faced. I've been waiting actually for an opponent to talk this much trash. I don't care what training he does, there's nothing that he can do that can top my training. You're gonna see Jomi, the Arcangel, strike down the ugly macaco, Luis Melo. This is Jomi, the Arcangel Escoboza, BYB Extreme, the best bare knuckle promotion. Come get some.
Born in the Dominican Republic, born in Miami, lived in the Dominican Republic, didn't move back here to Miami. The Arcangel, Jomi Escoboza, Sergio Melo Jr., our first semifinal of the 185-pound tournament. The 10-year difference in age, Paulie, on the tail of the tape, and the length.
Yeah, and those are the things that really jump out at you. And Escoboza, you know, you would expect to try to take advantage of that. You know, having seen Escoboza fight before, he's a technical guy. He's got a lot of power, but he's a technical guy. He knows how to use his height, knows how to use his length. And Melo is a durable guy. We're going to have to see, though, as I said at the top of the show, he's too willing sometimes to take a shot in order to get on the inside. And with these bare knuckles, you're cutting up very easily. You don't want to become a mask of blood where the doctor might stop the fight. So I'm interested to see if Sergio has any, as we've been saying the word, deceptive ways to close the gap on somebody like Jomi Escoboza, who at 30 years old probably has the better legs.
Let's get to semifinal number 1.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon, from the blue corner, Sergio Melo.
Sergio Luis Melo Jr. from Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil. Some great mixed martial artists, including that man from there. The Pitbull brothers. Talked about AJ McKee earlier, going to fight Patricio Pitbull for $1 million. They're from Natal. And it was funny, we were talking yesterday with his trainer, Jeremy Rodriguez, and he said, yeah, Luis knew him when they were puppies, Benny.
Yeah. And he also told us the thing that worries about him is that he was willing to take a shot to the forehead. He'll give the guy the forehead. He said, go ahead and hit me. And he'll show him that it doesn't do anything to him. But that's one of the things Homie was focusing on. He said, when you see that, some of that much scar tissue above the eyes, this is a guy that gets hit a lot. Well, if he does that with me, he's going to be in trouble. So Melo's going to have to find a way to get there first.
An incredibly long and successful professional mixed martial arts career, 30 victories, 14 wins by submission, 12 by knockout or TKO. He was set back 16 times, stopped only 6 times, 4 by knockout. 1-0, winning the quarterfinal matchup back at the Brawl at the Rock right here in March of last year against Robert Washington, thus advancing to the semifinals to face off against Jomi Escoboza. Jeremiah Rodriguez, Futures MMA, his trainer, the juggernaut, Sergio Luis Melo Jr.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon, from the red corner, Jomi Escoboza.
6-0, 3-0 inside the mighty Trigon. Also fought and won at Battleship 1 back in June of 2015, a 10-minute fight. That one featured 8 limbs, and I said to Jomi, I said, you had some nasty kicks. He said, thank you. He's got a Kung Fu background, turns 31 tomorrow. Spent some time at Sanford MMA. And you talk about South Florida, you got American Top Team, you got Sanford MMA, you got a lot of champions in combat sports. Jomi said it, Benny, this is the greatest cage ever created. Such a small distance, no way to run. Only way out is forward.
You know, the eyes don't lie. I looked at his eyes yesterday, and when he was talking, he had this eerie calm.
Yeah.
Eerie calm and so confident. He said, there is nothing Melo can do that I'm not going to overcome. And it doesn't even matter what he does. It's about what I'm going to do. So here we have it.
Yep. He's fun to watch. He has serious talent. All 3 victories have come by knockout. A knockout in 20 seconds in the second round in his debut back in Cheyenne in 2019. Second round TKO of the always tough Leo Pla. And then in a non-tournament fight just about 2 months ago, beat Roger Hunnell in 50 seconds. So this is semifinal number 1 of our 185-pound tournament. That is his signature entrance. Wasn't as smooth as it usually is. Got his foot caught on the rope, Benny, but yeah, still, he's there. He's ready to go.
Choreographed.
Yeah, and here's Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock, live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Our next bout is brought to you by BYB Extreme and Karma Coin. This is your co-main event of the evening, scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the cruiserweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Vicente Rodriguez, Manuel Marquez Jr., and Michael Tate. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks with blue trim. He weighed in at 186 pounds. He is undefeated in his bare-knuckle career. 1 win, no losses. Originally from Natal, Brazil, now fighting out of Cape Coral, Florida, here is Sergio, the Juggernaut Melo. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue trunks with red, white, and green. He weighed in at 186 pounds. He is also undefeated in his professional career, 6 wins, no losses. El Hijo de República Dominicana y Miami, Florida. Here is Jomi, Arcangel Escoboza. Referee Bill Clancy with the instructions.
Bring it in. Bring it here. All right, gentlemen, rules in the back. I want a good, clean fight. Protect yourself. You must obey my commands. Copas aquí, bueno, abajo no. Copas aquí, bueno, abajo no. Good luck. God bless. Touch him up.
John Michael Jomi Escoboza. Sergio Luis Melo Jr., Luis Melo. The Brazilian against the Dominican. The winner advances to the finals of our Cruiserweight tournament. Here we go. Fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Southpaw Escoboza in the red wrap. Melo in the orthodox stance. He will switch, and we have seen him, Benny, be effective from the southpaw stance.
And that's rare to see, because usually they get lethargic when they get out of their natural stance. But you're going to see right here, the guy is long. He's very long, Escoboza, but he's very accurate.
Very patient approach by Melo, but you saw him try to time with a big right hand, the jab of Escoboza. So he's taking the patient approach, but he's looking to make his shots count. And let's see how Escoboza handles this type of approach. He's got to probably, again, use those feints and use that jab and keep that, maintain that distance, because Melo is looking for a big counter. They looked for it again there. Came up just short.
And there's that switch of the stance.
And see, that's a street fighter style. And that's exactly what they do. They'll switch back and forth, but they don't get out of that reach area. So they don't reach for it. They're in their base.
Good jab.
Yeah, and I think Escoboza's going to have to really use that jab tonight. Melo is always a durable guy. Oh, good body shot by Melo. He worked the body there well. Escoboza said low, but it wasn't low, and Melo's right. It wasn't low.
Jomi's smiling. Jomi has that 5-inch reach advantage, Paulie. And there's one thing, having the reach advantage, there's another thing, utilizing it, fighting long. Jomi's really good at it.
Yeah, but in the Trigon, it's not always easy to maintain that reach advantage.
That's a great point.
Good jabs there, and that's one way to maintain that reach advantage, is those jabs.
Jomi's got to be careful not to paw that jab and be sharp with it and make it a jagged jab, because otherwise Melo's going to come underneath that.
Nice left hand there by Jomi. And one thing about the pawing jab, Benny, you know, it's not good to use it if you don't have anything to come back behind it. A lot of times, oh, nice little check hooks there by Jomi, and he looks to get out of that corner quick. One thing about the pawing jab, sometimes you want to use it to set up a big left hand, or depending if you're a right-hander, a big right hand. But other than that, you don't just want to lay it out there pawing it like you just said, Benny. Otherwise, Melo is going to close that gap on you.
Good duck and roll by Melo.
I like the way Melo transitions from lefty to righty on his way in. He's not really paying for it by getting hit. He protects himself well, and he closes that gap well. He'll kind of bring his back foot over, which in boxing is a real terrible mistake, but in bare knuckle it seems to work.
And what Melo's trying to do is try to get Escoboza to lean, try to reach and then attack there.
That was a little bit of a push there. Melo gets right back in there. You can just see the veteran experience of Melo. He's all psychology right there. He makes sure he tells the ref, no, 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 and then he steps right to Escoboza to let him know, nah, 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 I'm still here. That was on the bell line, yeah. Melo thinks nothing's low. That one was low. But credit to Melo for targeting the body, you know? Escoboza said he got himself in a fight tonight, you know?
Yeah.
You know, and psychologically, you got to wonder here as part of Escoboza, because he came here extremely confident, and he didn't get his way in that first round.
Yeah, but you know what? You also, when you're fighting a guy with the experience of Melo, the combat experience, he's a rugged veteran, he knows how to win. You can't just, I don't think you can mentally approach the fight like, oh, this is going to be easy. Maybe some of the other ones have been easy. You can't really have that approach with a guy like Melo. Here's when Melo went down, it was a bit of a shove there off the top of the shoulder. You see Melo right away wanting to step in. And he got right there, and he said he's actually waving Escoboza in with his finger, saying, no, 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 I'm stepping right to you.
Good first round. Fighters biting down on the mouthpiece. Set for round number 2.
That's funny. Bill Clancy's showing Melo exactly where that lower area is to punch and not punch.
Yeah, he's been grazing it, and a couple of times went straight directly low, so he's got to be careful. I can understand Melo wanting to attack the body. He's the shorter guy, but he's got to be careful not to get points taken away.
Head brow. Hani Marks, also from Natal. Troy Beltran may have fought Hani Marks during his MMA days. Just a tangle. Both men showing great emotion. Only one will advance to the finals of our cruiserweight tournament.
Yeah, both guys having that winning mentality in their minds. Neither guy is willing to break that. Nice jab that by Escoboza. I feel he's got to be a bit more consistent with that. There's one, how many seconds is he going to wait for another one? And see, he didn't feint with it there, and Melo timed him with a left hand over the top of it. Although now the jabs have opened up a cut.
And it's right at the bridge of the nose, yeah.
40-year-old Melo.
There's a jab again.
Escoboza will turn 31 tomorrow. Good head movement.
But you know what? Jomi's starting to get that jab in more consistently. He's got to be careful. He's got to start feinting with it. Just because you keep landing it, if you don't feint with it, Melo will look to time you. You got to stay. You got to keep spicing it up with a guy like Melo, because he's got too much veteran experience to just keep falling for the same trick.
And Melo's got to, what he's got to do now is attack the solar plexus of Escoboza. That's where you want to aim your punches. There.
Right on cue, Benny. I know the Nogueira brothers are twins, but I'm thinking Melo could be their cousin at least.
Absolutely.
He looks like Big and Little Nog for certain. A little shorter, but definitely.
He's the stocky version.
He is the stocky version, yes.
Nice jab. Jomi has been more committed to the jab. I feel like he heard me when I said it's got to be more consistent.
Yeah, but Paulie, what he's got to do when he lands that jab, then pivot around.
You're saying you want to pivot around, right,
Yeah,
Benny?
so he lands that jab, Paulie, and then pivot. Pivot and come in from the side.
I think he feels like Melo is still very live, and he doesn't want to overcommit to any too much offense. Although if he keeps landing these kind of jabs, he might suck the energy out of Melo enough to keep him there to sit and duck for the follow-up shots after the jab. A good body shot. That was a good body shot. And Jomi nods in agreement.
This is the longest fight inside the Trigon for Jomi Escoboza. Melo went to round 3 in his victory over Washington in the quarterfinals.
Good round by Escoboza. I think even he feels it. He's getting the crowd into it. I think he felt like he had more control there in that second round than he did in the first round. First round was a lot closer.
Ever cautious Escoboza, because he throws that jab and he's not looking to throw anything else behind that.
Nah, I think right now what he's looking to do is, I used to use the word domesticate his opponent. He looks to domesticate him first before he can really go for the real big mustard shots. And here's when Melo was down again. Again, it's just a clash of feet there.
And sometimes that'll happen, especially with guys changing stances like that so often, you know. That was just basically the feet clashed. And
especially when you're in a 22 by 22 by 22 combat surface.
Exactly.
And you know, when you look at that cut right there, Mike, it is right above to the right of the bridge of the nose. So that's going to come down in the eye.
Yeah, not in a good place. And he's got to be careful not to catch other cuts, because if he keeps taking jabs the way he did in round 2, other cuts may open.
In our fighter interviews, I said to Jomi Escoboza, I said, many people consider you the favorite. And he said, I'm always the underdog. That's my mindset, even when I'm the favorite. And he wasn't agreeing with me, but yet he has that underdog mentality, and that's what keeps him hungry. Round 3.
Melo's got himself trapped here. Let's see if Escoboza can take advantage. They see even Escoboza knows Melo's ready to react to anything. And then again, you need the feint. They will battle the feet there. They're trying to step on each other's feet. Lefty versus righty.
Well, we saw earlier what happened to Watson coming out of that corner. And Melo switching that stance.
Now Melo in the southpaw stance.
This is a street fight for Melo. He's fighting exactly what they fight in the streets.
But Jomi's made it more difficult for him with that jab. You know, now he can't close that gap as often as he'd like to be able to do the damage he wants to.
Round 3, fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Oh. That was a big combination.
Good hook by Escoboza in the middle of an exchange from both guys.
Paulie, he's having trouble seeing out of that eye now.
Yeah. I mean, the blood is in a bad spot, like you mentioned, Benny, and I don't think it's going to help that it flows a lot easier when in these bare knuckle kind of fights.
You know, have you noticed though, Melo, every time he's about to throw a punch, he wipes his hands off with his trunks, then he throws a punch.
He wants to clean them for the landed shot, you know?
He's taking the clean punch, literally.
See, Melo, watch the battle of the feet, guys. Watch the battle of the feet. They continue to step on each other's feet, trying to keep each other in place for the cross to land. You see, there it is again. Both guys last step, and then lefty righty, you will have these battle of feet, but these guys are, I feel like it's happening on purpose at times.
There's that wipe again, yep. Sanitizing, Ben. on a pair of white bloody shorts. Jomi looking to do damage in the corner, but coming right out and throwing. Melo the juggernaut. 10 seconds here on the clock in round 3.
Oh, big shots. Big shots by Melo. Finally got what he wanted at the end of the round.
We got ourselves a fight.
And I felt like another good round by Escoboza, but Melo let him know before going back to the corner, I'm still here, and my mentality has not changed. There's a lot of times you lose a couple rounds in a row, and then the opponent's mentality does change. We see the knockdown here, some footage of the knockdown. These guys are going to exchange some big blows here. I want to see exactly what caused the knockdown. Started with a nice cross to the body by Escoboza. And they're battling feet there. You can't really see, but they're battling the feet there. And let's see. See what? Oh, that was a big shot. That wasn't even the knockdown. That was at the end of the round.
And now I can see why Escoboza was being careful about that, cautious, because he's so good at fighting out of that corner where he ducks down. Then all of a sudden, that leg explosion.
Take that one with you on the way out as well. For Melo gives him a present on the break. Let's see if we get the knockdown. Well, we got the knockdown. We just didn't see what caused it, but we got the knockdown. Something Conor McGregor might do.
Yeah, that's two. That's two. Getting set for the start of round number 4. All right, scorecard-wise, this is a tough one. through 3.
Well, I think Escoboza's won the last 2. Round 1 was close, though. Round one.
But you wouldn't definitively give it to Melo?
I wouldn't definitively give it to Melo,
Okay.
but I wouldn't definitively give it to Escoboza. So you could have a 2-1 fight. I think even though Melo had a nice close to the last round, I think it was more for his own psychology, for his own mental to say, you know, I can still be in this fight. But I think Escoboza controlled most of the round, and he got the knockdown, of course.
Right. Benny?
Yeah, I scored the first one for Melo and then the last 2 for Escoboza.
Okay.
And a 10-8 round.
It's big. Big swing and a miss by Melo.
And that jab has been key for Escoboza, really.
You know, they talked about Melo's great ring IQ or Trigon IQ,
yes.
and you can see that. I mean, he's got a little trick for everything. Seems like so far he's had an answer for whatever Escoboza and doesn't let him get in rhythm.
I mean, he started his MMA career in 2003. And this guy's been, and he's Brazilian, so he's been fighting his entire life.
Yeah, he's comfortable in there, and even with the blood, it's bothering him nonetheless. But he's not uncomfortable in there. He's not ready to call it. He's not ready to pack it in yet. You can tell from his body language. He's still looking to be hurtful. Nice body shot by Escoboza. Good thinking as Melo brought the high guard. A nice cross to the head by Escoboza. I like the variation Escoboza's showing here.
And that was definitely an example there of Melo not being able to see out of that right eye because that left got in there cleanly. That blood now is flowing.
Right here, Melo's got a fin. Oh, big shot.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for more.
Melo definitely has Escoboza thinking. And in his previous fights inside the Trigon, he's been on the gas pedal, on it heavy, Benny, and pretty much the aggressor the entire time. Tonight, not so much.
Well, you know what? He's keeping Escoboza honest. You know, even if Escoboza knows he's winning the fight, he knows he's got a live dog in front of him, and he can't just, you know, go for the gusto because he might walk into something. And it's shots like that that remind Escoboza, don't come out of pocket if you do it, keep being smart. Otherwise, you know, this fight could take a bad turn. And Melo's trying these haymakers now, 2-3 in a row. He's got to close the gap a little bit better. He's got to disguise them behind the jab of his own.
Well, you know, today is the day Joe DiMaggio got his 56th hit. Melo would just like to get 1 hit.
But the thing is, Escoboza's chin is held up because he has taken a couple of good shots from Melo.
Oh, that's a good one. The lead left. Snap hook, and we are headed to the 5th and final round.
And credit to Escoboza. You know, he's not being disheartened by the fact that Melo's not going anywhere.
Stars in the house tonight, the beautiful and talented Claudia Trejos, one of the most respected broadcast journalists in the boxing industry for the last 25+ years. A Hispanic woman who has thrived in this male-dominated field, fluent in English and Spanish. She was the first female color commentator in NBA history as a co-host on NBA Max, the weekly show back in the early 2000s, the first female to report on Olympic boxing at the 2004 Olympics in Athens, a regular on DAZN. She loves her boxing and her book Against the Ropes, Sidestep and Find the Courage to Stay on Top of Your Game, is tremendous.
And Claudia, multi-talented in many ways, and always there to lend the helping word as well. I remember coming up as a broadcaster and trying to learn things. Yeah. Claudia always had a helpful word to say, and just little tips, you know. She has a way of saying it where you don't feel belittled, you know, very mature, and obviously her experience, tremendous. She's been in many sports for a reason.
She is, she's a veteran. She knows it. Benny, I know you know her. And she was on the call for the Julio Cesar Chavez display against Hector Camacho Jr. and did a great job. And I got to brag a little bit about my boy Anderson Silva. The Spider looked pretty good.
He looked good.
Claudia that night was an absolute joy for me. She knows her stuff. And you can tell Senior loves her. All right, 5th round. Who will advance to the finals of our cruiserweight tournament?
Boy, this is a testament to both of these guys' physical conditioning. They haven't slowed down at all. 5 rounds of constant motion, throwing punches. They're still right there.
Did both you guys give Jomi round 4?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I'd say so too.
Okay, so you both have a 3-1 Jomi.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like Melo needs a knockout to win the fight.
Okay.
But again, I'm going to give both guys credit for their mentality not breaking here. Both guys have that winning mentality even around 5, regardless. You know, Jomi's not disheartened by the fact that this guy's still there trying to take his head off. And Melo is the fact that Melo is still trying to take Jomi's head off despite being hopelessly behind shows that, you know, he's looking to even score the big knockout win.
He's got just over 90 seconds to try to achieve that.
This fight could be a 75-round fight. It really could.
Well, might as well be. Mr. Bert's in the house, so he might as well be. He just added to his big chapters of history in bare knuckle boxing.
Oh, good cross there by Escoboza on the way in. You see, Melo doesn't give any inch. If he gets inside, even if it's in a clinch, he's got to land a couple of shots any way he can. And now Melo's right ear bleeding from those hooks and check hooks that Escoboza has been able to land with that right hand.
And that 34 years of jiu-jitsu and cauliflower.
Yeah, it doesn't help you. That's probably the reason it's bleeding to begin with. Even if he got hit in the ear without the cauliflower ear, maybe he wouldn't be bleeding.
But see how dangerous Melo is? Even on that one, you see that pivot?
Yeah.
And that left was all of a sudden right
and he's
there.
He's looking to turn, no shot. Look at this body language. He's looking to turn heavy shots in there.
Final 30 seconds of this fight.
Oh, he got him in a Muay Thai lock there. He's going for it. He knows he needs a knockout. He's going for it.
Final seconds. Semi-final number 1 is going to be in the hands of the judges. Take all the distance.
2 fights in a row that win the distance.
That's
in the Trigon.
Crazy, right?
Credit to both of these guys. Really well-fought fight.
You know, this is what bare knuckle's all about. I mean, there's no clinching, there's no running. You gotta throw. If you're in the Trigon, you better try, you're gonna be gone.
You know what? But they didn't just brawl. You know what I mean? It was still a scientific fight nonetheless.
So, Benny, you made the point about how skilled, the high fight IQ, and how talented Melo is. To me, what made the biggest statement is how he made Escoboza be more calculated and take less risks because he earned his respect and he earned it very early.
Exactly, and of course Escoboza said it doesn't matter what Melo does. I'm gonna do my thing and I'm gonna do it very, very well, and I'm just gonna absolutely just bludgeon him. And in some ways he did, but not to the comfort level that he wanted to. So I think that's a great point, Mike. And I think that Melo, that fight IQ is so important. Every little step, every little movement that he did was something that he was doing to go ahead and make it difficult for Escoboza, and it worked.
It absolutely did.
I don't think he's going to get the decision, so we'll see.
Yep, and the winner of this fight fights the winner of our main event of the evening between Rene Rodriguez and Matt Delanoit. And that main event, the championship fight of our cruiserweight tournament, will come your way Friday, September 10th.
Look, he's barely breathing, both of these guys. That's amazing to me.
It really is.
When you factor in the amount of movement, the physicality of these 5 rounds, and to still be in this condition, I'm telling you, they could fight 75 rounds.
I agree.
Look at that face.
You know, I see my old buddy Joey Beltran here, and I think about Joey Beltran, how tough he was, and I see the face of Melo, and I'm like, same but different. Same but different.
And it's still going on. The feud is still going on.
Yes, it is.
I'm telling you, 75 rounds. Why stop at 5? Let's go 70 more.
I mean, we are on our own YouTube channel, Benny. We don't. Let's get it up to Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, after 5 rounds of bare knuckle boxing, we go to the scorecards. Judge Manuel Marquez Jr. scores the bout 50-49. Judges Vicente Rodriguez and Michael Tate both scored the bout 49-45. For the winner, by unanimous decision, Jomi Arcangel Escoboza.
Unanimous decision victory. The Arcangel has advanced to the finals.
So you look at those scores, 50-49, 49-45, 49-45.
Scott Burton with that beautiful Police Gazette Hall of Fame medal that every victor has received here tonight. Paulie with our winner.
Here with the winner, Jomi Escoboza. First of all, congratulations on a well-fought fight.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. First of all the praise. Baruch Hashem Yahuwah, the creator of all things. He gets the glory first. He's the one who gave me health to do all this.
You know, Jomi, you had a really stubborn opponent in front of you tonight. What was going through your mind as the rounds went on and you found the guy who was more sturdy than the recent guys you've been getting out of there really early?
Oh, no, I knew he was going to battle it through. I knew, but my goal was to mess his face up with the jab, and that's exactly what I did.
Did it surprise you that he was still in the fight later in the last round, still trying to battle, still trying to land those big shots?
No, I wasn't surprised. He got a big-ass head, so I already knew he was going to eat those punches, but it was my job to cut him up and swell his face up with that jab.
Well, you know, you've advanced to the finals of the tournament. Do you have a prediction for who you'll face in the finals?
To be honest, who do you think I'm going to face in the finals? It doesn't matter who you think, because it's my bout. You hear me? That bout is mine. And then the other BKFC guys, you will get that word.
He almost had me answering that. Jomi Escoboza moves on to the finals. Back to you, Mike.
Oh, that's his go-to. He always pulls it on Dada. Now tonight he pulls it on Paulie. Who's going to fight next? It doesn't matter who I'm going to fight next. Right, Dada? Dave, you're up there with him. He pulled it on Paulie tonight, Rhino.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jomi Escoboza.
Yes, yes.
5,000. Turns 31 years old tomorrow. Gives himself an early birthday present. But this fight goes the distance. I mean, I'm impressed with Sergio Melo out of Miami, originally from Brazil. He was a tough customer and took Jomi Escoboza, who's so used to the early knockouts in the mighty Trigon, all the way through 5 rounds.
Definitely. It lets me know just how tough, you know, Luis Melo really was. Because Jomi is surgical with that jab. As you've seen blood, you know, coming early. But Luis Melo hung in there, and he fought a great fight against a very skilled Jomi Escoboza.
Did you think that the Arcangel was even considering a fight going the distance? Because we spoke with Jomi yesterday at our fightings meeting, and that was not anything on his mind at all. He was thinking about an early KO.
Yes, because, you know, like he says, Dada, I don't get paid, you know what I'm saying, by the minute. I get paid to win, and I try to get in and get out as soon as possible, you know, and sometimes, you know, you have to go ahead on and, you know, go that extra mile and go to the decision, you know. It showed that he does have conditioning. You know, so a lot of times when individuals get that easy first round knockout, second, we don't know what they got in their tank. But it showed that he can go, you know what I'm saying, 5 rounds.
I don't think Jomi was hurt very much in this fight. I mean, that jab is so good at setting up that right that really can score points, and it was pretty clear unanimous decision. So Rene Rodriguez and Matt Delanoit, that is the main event coming up in the cruiserweight. The winner of that fight will take on Jomi in the championship BYB Extreme 7 coming up on September 10th, probably right back here in Hollywood.
Exactly.
You look ahead a little bit. I mean, that championship bout could be amazing. Who do you think Jomi faces off best with?
Wow, you know, styles make fights. You know, Rene Rodriguez, white boy, you know, he's like a Mayweather. He's going to take you into deep waters. So look for Rene, you know, to actually get the decision, or at least look forward to it. Tonight he's fighting Delanoit. Delanoit is a brawler. he's a stalker, he's a slugger. So someone is going to get knocked out inside the main event. And I just want everybody that's back home, all around the world, that's watching this live right now, BYB Extreme, when it comes to bare knuckle, we make the weekends.
Can't wait for Christine Stanley against Patricia Juarez. That's coming up, second women's bout of the night. And Knuckles Stanley, well, you know her well. Tough.
Very
brawler.
tough.
She will do whatever it takes to win.
She said that she's looking for a fight, and tonight she has one against another tough opponent, Patricia Juarez, and I can't wait.
Let's learn more about Christine Knuckles Stanley.
My name is Christine Stanley, and I go by Knuckles. I was born in Taipei, Taiwan, and I lived there until the age of 6 years old. I've been dedicated to the sport of mixed martial arts and bare knuckle for the past 10 years. I've been doing Taekwondo since I was 6 years old. I got my black belt when I was 21 years old, but there was nowhere to go with Taekwondo. I saw mixed martial arts was starting to have a lot of females back when I was about 29 years old. I was out of shape and on the couch and bored with my job. I hated it, and I wanted to change of pace and to get back into shape. First time I really got into like a cage training with somebody, I just basically got my ass kicked, and I learned that this was a lot harder than I anticipated, and I really appreciated that because I embraced the challenge. The difference between bare knuckle and mixed martial arts is bare knuckle is like we don't have gloves on, so everything's bare knuckle, obviously. So it's all shots, you know, waist up. When people tell me that it's scary or crazy that I fight bare knuckle, I just tell them that's because they're too weak to get in there. I want to continue to compete until I just can't anymore. I just love it so much. I love getting in there. I like pushing myself. I started fighting when I was 30 years old, and people were telling me that I was too old. I was never going to even go pro. I was only going to have an amateur career. Here we are 10 years later. I have 9 MMA fights. I have 2 bare knuckle fights. I'm going to continue to prove people wrong. I'm a monster, I'm a heavy hitter. You see my opponents' faces, their noses are broken, they're bleeding all over the place, they don't want to get back up, they don't know where they are. I just flip a switch, just break her face, break her will, break her spirit in there, and make her quit. It means everything for me to win this fight. This title has been something that I've been dreaming of for a very long time. This is the biggest fight of my career. On July 16th, I'm bringing the best version of Knuckles to the Trigon. You better bring your A game too. This isn't boxing, this is bare knuckles, and no one does it better than Knuckles.
We thought we might see Christine Knuckles Stanley at BYB Extreme 5 down the road in Miami. 8 fighters were asked, they were lined up, 8 said no. So Mike, we can't wait to watch Knuckles Stanley in action here tonight.
Rhino, not surprising, though, the one that said yes comes from a fighting family. Patricia Juarez, our tail of the tape for our first ever Paulie championship fight.
And it's literally even.
Virtually identical.
It is. I mean, well, 1-inch reach advantage for Patricia Juarez, but that's about it. We're going to find out what separates them when they get inside the Trigon and battle it out.
The title is on the line.
And now, ready to make her way to the Trigon from the blue corner, Patricia Juarez.
So, big sister Barbie Juarez, as most boxing fans know, former 5-time world champion, only 13 months and 26 days older than Patricia. Patricia told us, Benny, that she breaks down all the film of the opponents for Patty, Patricia Juarez. You know the entire family well. Younger sister Lourdes is looking to defend her belt tonight in Mexico. Could be a pretty diamond-studded night, but tell us about the Juarez sisters and how tough they are.
That's right. The younger sister has already won the WBC title. Yep. Now, Barbie is considered the best female fighter of all time in Mexico. A highly talented fighter. The whole family is very athletic. These girls grew up playing soccer, and they grew up in Mexico City. Mexico City has a high altitude, so therefore, conditioning-wise, it's a piece of cake for them to come here at sea level or below sea level as well. But that's not a problem. So she's got great confidence from her conditioning. She's very, very adept at spinning her opponent. She's really good at pivoting, throwing a shot, pivoting it around, and that's from years and years of fighting with her sisters.
Patricia Juarez, bare knuckle debut. This is a title fight, so it is scheduled for 7 2-minute rounds. Her father worked for the big pro soccer team in town in Mexico. So the three sisters box, the two brothers don't, but they're pretty darn good soccer players.
Now, ready to make her way to the Trigon from the red corner, Christine Stanley.
Born in Taipei, Taiwan, lived there until age 6, which is when she began to train in Taekwondo. A black belt in Taekwondo at age 21. 9 professional MMA fights. Some spectacular performances inside the Trigon. On Juarez, she said, and I quote, "The boxing family background she knows about. She has fought tough pro opponents." And so Christine, Paulie said, she knows that it will be tough to put her opponent away tonight.
Oh yeah, you know, she knows the mentality comes in, you know, and with the Juarez family, a family of fighters, she knows she can't just go back home, Patricia Juarez, and be a quitter in a fight like this. So Christine Stanley knows she's got an opponent that not only is capable, but also mentally will stay in the fight no matter how difficult it gets. So she's gonna have to beat her into submission if she wants to get the stoppage. Otherwise, if she wants to get this title, she's gonna have to fight for it thoroughly.
And her title defense, her sister's title defense, Benny, I just looked it up on BoxRec real quickly. It is in progress. So, little sister looking to defend her title, and middle sister looking to become the first champion in BYB Extreme history. To do so, she's got to get past Knuckles.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, our next bout is brought to you by BYB Extreme and Karmacoin. This bout's scheduled for 7 2-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing for the BYB Lightweight Championship. Your judges scoring at ringside, Vicente Rodriguez, Michael Tate, and Rich Green. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with silver trim. She weighed in at 136 pounds. Tonight, making her bare knuckle debut, La Hija de Mexico City, Mexico, y Denver, Colorado. Here is Patricia Patty Juarez. Her opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing the light blue trunks with the white trim. She weighed in at 136 pounds. She is undefeated in her professional career, 2 wins, no losses. From Gig Harbor, Washington, here is Christine Knuckles Stanley. Referee Wayne Spinola with the instructions.
All right, ladies, you know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch glove. Step back.
Stanley said on the title, she has dedicated the past decade to MMA and bare knuckle boxing. This has been something I've been dreaming about for a very long time. This is the biggest fight of my career. I asked Patricia Juarez if her big sister gave her some advice. She said, yes, you got to think in there. You have more experience, throw punches, move laterally, and attack the body. Here we go. The title fight is underway. Stanley in the red wraps, Juarez in the blue.
And both girls came out flying. Aggression.
And those are skilled punches. Those are right down the pipe, turning it.
Yep. Both in a tight guard as well. Cut already on the cheek of Patricia Juarez. Nice jab there by Juarez on the way in, and mean intention there by Stanley. But it seems the physically stronger of the two is Juarez. Is in the clinches. He's able to push Stanley back, and that could come into play as the fight wears on. Let's see.
Especially, Paulie, when you look at the fact that Stanley has that MMA background where Patricia does not, and so she's utilized the clinch a lot more. And if Patricia can nullify that potential advantage, that could be huge in this fight as it goes on.
Yeah, even psychologically.
Yes, for sure.
And I'll tell you she's going to do that. She's very good at pivoting, and that's something she works at a lot in the gym, turning her opponent, and creating those punching angles that we talked about. Julio Cesar Chavez, Sr.
Attack the body.
Nice jab. I like how she's starting with the jab as Juarez. Again, she seems the more set of the two. And she seems to be at least setting up a bit behind the jab. You see Stanley using the up jab from a lower guard. And there it is again.
There is a huge mouse under the left eye of Stanley.
Yeah, from those right hands. Yeah, her eye's almost closed.
What a great start. Fight scheduled for 7 2-minute rounds, and both women connected.
You know what, guys? We've gone 2 straight fights in the Trigon that have gone the distance.
Yeah.
And these two girls continue at this rate, and the distance is 7 rounds. I'll be hard-pressed to tell you that it'll go 7 rounds.
It's a new world record.
Tell you.
This has a making of a great rivalry between these two. Because you can tell right off the bat, styles make fights, and both of these girls know how to fight.
And it's for all the marbles, too. You know, the championship is on the line, so, you know, this has the makings of such a good fight that they might do it again, regardless of who takes home the title tonight. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right. Round 1 so far, I give it 2 thumbs up.
Skill, thing better than one fight is a rematch. The only thing better than that's a trilogy.
Yeah.
Right?
Skill, toughness, excitement. These girls showed it all in round 1.
Well, and a great job by our matchmaker, Mel Valenzuela, to get Patricia Juarez and really to find somebody to say yes to fight Christine Stanley.
And giving his sister Eric El Terrible Morales, who made that phone call to make this happen.
Absolutely. Round 2.
Yeah, Morales wasn't putting his stamp of approval on anybody who wasn't qualified for this kind of job.
You got that right. Longtime trainer Chris Green said of Patricia, when he first started working with her, her work ethic instantly reminded her of her older sister.
Oh, good shot on the inside by Juarez, but hook on the as she exited. Stanley caught her with a hook.
Stanley barking at her.
Oh, there's a big right hand. And I'll tell you, I don't know how many right hands Stanley can keep taking on that swollen eye. Maybe she doesn't see them as it is already because she's taking a couple of good ones.
But it hasn't opened yet, so it hasn't, you know, the blood has not started to flow.
If it keeps closing, though, it's going to affect her ability to see. And Juarez keeps out. Good body shots there by Juarez as well.
Now, you notice how calm Juarez is. You know she's been fighting some tough sisters.
Yeah, since her soccer days.
Yep.
The opposing teams.
Yeah, her father
get beat.
Her father worked for Necaxa, so they had all kinds of balls at their feet constantly, so they got very, very good.
Stanley's got to be careful because the problem with an eye swelling like that is you're not going to see the right hands that are coming. And Stanley was taking them already when she could see. So if she can't see, Juarez can find an even better home for those right hands.
Juarez is starting to really look to utilize those body shots, especially from the right side.
And I'll tell you something else, though. Juarez, the only hard punches she's throwing is with the right hand. She's probing with the left, only jabbing. I'm also wondering if her right hand can keep lasting.
Yeah, in Spanish they call that volada. She's very good at that volada, that overhand right.
Stanley hanging tough. That was a good round for Juarez.
Yes.
I'm just curious, can her right hand sustain 7 rounds of throwing that hard consistently?
And you know, Paulie, it looked for a minute like Stanley at the very beginning of the fight was going to change the outcome because she started to, and then I think all of a sudden the left eye really started bothering her.
Yeah. Looks like there's a hole in her.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That punctured her. It's like they're fighting with glass on their hands, like in the movie Kickboxer.
Yeah, right?
I mean, that's a hole.
It's a puncture wound, yeah.
And she got on the end of her knuckle, the glass. That's why I said the movie Kickboxer. They got the glass.
See some swelling on the left side of the forehead of Juarez as well. Round 3, this fight scheduled for 7. BYB Extreme first ever championship belt goes to the victor. Knuckle Stanley in the red, Patty Juarez in the blue wrap. 40 total rounds as a professional boxer for Juarez. Fought for the NABF female lightweight title in 2018. Won the Golden Gloves in Colorado in 2016.
She came out with a more boxing fundamental stance, using her legs, changing the distance as she goes again. See, jabbing and backing up. I think maybe she's trying to be more technical this round instead of just taking it to Stanley. Not that she wasn't technical even taking it to her, she just was technical in a different way. Changing the approach here, trying to walk Stanley into traps, maybe because she sees Stanley can't see with the left hand.
And also, when she talked about Big Sister breaking things down, Benny, both you guys know, we've seen her, how aggressive Christine Stanley fights, and maybe Patricia Juarez knew she had to weather that early storm and try to slow down or at least match that aggression level.
Well, they always say the jab is the greatest defense, and that's one of the things that Patty established that right off the bat and followed up with that right hand. And look at the left eye. That's the result of that.
And she's changing levels nicely.
Yeah, and she's been using feints the whole time as well.
Both the sisters in progress. I haven't checked the update on Lourdes, but that fight was in progress. She's looking to defend her belt tonight.
And it wouldn't be a Mexican fighter if they didn't target the body, right? So
you got that right.
See Juarez giving the occasional shot to the body as well and digging it. But always with the right hand.
Yeah.
There it is again.
And you look at Stanley now. She's breathing out of her mouth now, wide open, and then she's trying to find oxygen.
Good hook there by Stanley.
I'll tell you what, for a championship fight, our first ever championship fight, I don't know if we can ask for anything better than the level we've seen so far.
No. Like I said, I'll double down on what I said earlier. You've got the excitement, and you've got the skill, and the tenacity and the winning mentality on both girls is just phenomenal. Even after a couple of rounds, we're 2-3 rounds, and we're going into 4. I mean, we've had great action thus far.
But from a technical standpoint, Mike, what I'm really impressed is what Patty Juarez is doing, and that is her foot movement. Everything is within that bending of the knee. She shifts that weight. She has her base of power. She extends the shot, but as she extends it, she pivots around, and she's got that right hand ready to land.
And what do you do when your opponent's eye's busted? You keep hitting it, right?
That's it.
Make sure she can't see out of it completely.
And you know, another good little technique that Patty's using, what is it? She opens her hand as a defense and pushes her face back.
Yeah.
And then she used the elbow pretty well, too.
Looks like a paw and parry. I don't know if it's legal in Bareknuckle, but she sneaks it in sometimes.
Fight scheduled for 7 2-minute rounds. This is round 4. Benny, your scorecard.
I've got it all the way for Patricia Juarez.
Paulie, you agree?
Yeah, again, the first round was a little closer, like sort of like the last fight, but I've got Juarez winning the last couple of rounds for sure. And she could have won the first one as well. I'm always trying to give the judges a little bit of an out, but they still find a way to disappoint. Even the last fight, I don't know who the blind guy was that made it 50-49, but it's brutal. Oh, good shots there by Juarez. Started it with the right hand to the body, and stepped back and brought it to the head.
And she's timing it beautifully. She can sense when Stanley's going to come in, and that's when that jab lands.
Yeah, there's a thinking process behind what Juarez is doing. I'm trying to figure out in what way is Stanley trying to set Juarez up, or is she just fighting just to fight? Because right here, she's just moving her hands just to fight, right? But on the outside, how is she combating Juarez's effectiveness? I don't really see the thinking process and what Stanley's doing. You know, there's a random right hand to the stomach. You see, with Juarez, I can kind of figure it out. You know, she uses the left hand to kind of touch, and then she uses a sharp right hand to the body, to the head. See it again.
I mentioned that Christine Stanley started Taekwondo at age 6. She's a black belt in Taekwondo. She's a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which hasn't factored because we haven't seen any clinch work. And she is a tough woman. She's showcased that. Knuckles is appropriate. But I think what we're seeing here is a young lady from a boxing family, a boxing pedigree, who's finding a way so far, Paulie, even in this small surface, even without gloves on, to outbox her opponent.
Yeah, and that's essentially what it's been. It's not for lack of trying on Stanley's part.
For sure.
It's just, I think she's a little bit befuddled. She's fighting on pure heart, pure desire, but I'm struggling to see the science in the decision making and the adjustment in her decision making to the trouble Juarez is giving her. I can in fact see what the things Juarez is doing to set her up, as I mentioned earlier. So I'm looking for the strategy. There's one thing to want to win the fight, but do you have the mechanism to win the fight? And that's, I'm looking for the strategy in Stanley. Right now, all I'm seeing is effort, which is commendable. She's got a ton of heart. We know she's tough, but you need an adjustment here if you're going to win this fight.
But look what Juarez is doing with that left shoulder. She does a great job of turning that shoulder, taking away the angle of the shots, and I think that's really confusing her.
Yeah, but again, it's that boxing stance again, you know, because in MMA, you don't really see that, because if you leave that leg out, it's going to get kicked, right? So Juarez, the subtle things, winning her this fight. And so far, despite throwing only heavy shots with the right hand seems to be surviving.
Yes.
Something mine wouldn't have done.
Yes. On multiple occasions. I guess this round 5, so 6 and 7 will officially be our championship rounds. The 7 2-minute rounds.
And for a surface like the Trigon, which prides itself on never going the distance or almost never going the distance, if in the first championship fight they passed the 5 rounds already, they almost, I'm not going to jinx it yet, we weren't there, but that would be something. It would just be a testament to both of these girls, because there's been a lot of toughness and a lot of talent shown by both of them.
The only punch that Juarez hasn't thrown is an uppercut. And I think if she's still has an uppercut, she can end this fight. And here comes the blood now.
Love how she's measuring. You see, like you mentioned that earlier, Benny, where she's just kind of sticks that hand out. Sometimes she opens it, but when Stanley gets it too aggressive after Juarez lands a shot, she kind of just sticks that hand out to maintain that distance. There it is again. Just maintains that punching distance. And it protects her too, prevents Stanley from getting to where she wants to be, because Stanley wants to be a little closer than Juarez. Juarez is comfortable at that jab range because she's got the better jab.
Mike, this is an example of someone with tremendous rage, tremendous skill set from that standpoint, going up against someone who technically is fighting a perfect fight. That's what I think Patty's doing.
Yeah, I could not agree more, Benny. In fact, that's actually what I was trying to say before. You just said it much more eloquently than I did.
And English is my 6th language.
I only speak one and not very well.
Oh, good shots there by...
Yes, that's Knuckles. She needs that.
And Stanley, if she's having success, it's for her desire. She just refuses to wilt, refuses to bend, just trying to get in close range to land those shots.
What a fight! Spectacular display by both women. Toughness, accuracy, talent, huge heart. You know, much to your point about Christine Stanley and digging deep, her response, I listened to an interview, her response to those who say Bareknuckle is scary or crazy, she says, I tell them that's because they're too weak to get in there.
Yeah. Well, that's I guess anybody who thinks it's crazy is probably not going to do it. Otherwise, they wouldn't think it was so crazy.
I'm pretty comfortable outside of these ropes with you guys.
Yeah, if you don't mind getting your face rearranged.
Yeah, because as I said at the top of the show, the damage in bare knuckle boxing is almost exclusively exterior, you know. That's why it's safer, but you're probably going to need some plastic surgery if you have a full career.
Hey, my hockey days, I already bought my dentist a couple new cars. I don't need any more.
Let's see, the doctor is now checking Stanley's eye.
Yep. Championship rounds, which is just absolutely outstanding in our first ever BYB Extreme title fight. Christine Knuckles Stanley. Red wraps, blue wraps for Patricia Juarez. The winner becomes our lightweight champion.
Well, you know, Paulie, we were wondering about if Patty Juarez's hands could withstand 7 rounds. I'll tell you what, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
As many shots as she's landed, and those hands have responded.
But look at that right hand, how black and blue it is. Though.
Yeah.
That right hand is very black and blue. Oh, and you know what? If she's less active with it, Stanley's starting to land just a little bit more. End of the last round, and now this round.
That was one of her best flurries at the end of that round, Paulie, much to your point.
Although Stanley's left hand also looked very, very purple. Look at the right hand of Stanley.
Man, it is all blue, yeah.
And the left hand of the right hand of Juarez, sorry, and the left hand of Stanley, sorry. And no, guys, your hands do not get numb. Stop watching Hollywood movies. Your hands do not get numb. As a guy who's broken my hands many times, it hurts, and it hurts to use the broken hand. Your adrenaline tries to carry you through it, but that's about it. You still hesitate, and your hesitation will cause a lack of timing.
Right. This is a good body shot and a flurry by Stanley.
But she can't see.
No.
So she can't see. So those flurries come when she sees, she thinks she's seeing what she's there, and then she goes there, and after that, she's blind.
And then that footwork of Juarez that you talked about, Benny.
And especially when they get in the corner. Stanley's throwing the uppercut now.
Yep. And Stanley's been more active. I think Juarez might have that. And even the way she's pushing through with the right hand, she's not snapping it the same way anymore. She's pushing it. I think she's hesitating on using her hand. And Stanley's been able to really be active the end of the last round and really a lot more this round.
Absolutely. We are going to the 7th and final round. How good is this?
You know, I gave Stanley that round.
I agree.
I thought she did a lot more in that one, and I think that the shots were a lot bigger on her part.
And again, the shame is I don't think Juarez is being beaten into submission. I think her hand looks so damaged that she's probably not able to use it as naturally as she wants to. And so it gives Stanley a chance to be active. Although, to Stanley's credit, her left hand is probably just as purple as Juarez's right hand.
And you know, it's funny, when Bareknuckle first came, they were about to have it. The big concern was, how many broken hands are you going to get?
Yeah. And the statistics I look at is not that many, but guys, just to make sure, just to let you guys know, it doesn't necessarily mean your hand is broken when it's that swollen, but when it is that swollen, trust me, it still hurts. My bare-knuckle fight, I broke my right hand, but my left hand was probably even more swollen than the broken right one, you know, because you just, the usage of it, your hands are not made to have that bone-on-bone collision.
You broke your hand early in that fight.
End of round 2.
Yeah. Second round, yeah.
So I think my left hand became so swollen because I was exclusively using it for the rounds.
Right.
But Juarez is using her left hand just as a setup, really. She's not throwing hard, so her right hand has been all the hard punches she's thrown, and I think she's overused it herself. Stanley tries to overwhelm her again to start the round.
Final round, 7th round of our championship fight. Stanley and Juarez have put on a show. And Stanley, much to Benny's point, has come on in the last round and a half.
But for Patty Juarez, she better remember everything her sister Barbie told her, because this is the round that she's going to have to find a way to fight intelligent.
Right hand. She's not using. She's only when she uses it sporadically. She's just kind of pushing it.
Well, both you guys talked about she was exclusively throwing hard with the right.
Look, the right hand was there. She didn't throw it.
Yep.
But she's not throwing it. And when she does, she's kind of just touching with it. It's like she wants to throw it, but she wants to get it away too. She doesn't. It's nice to have a commentating team that recognizes this.
There you go.
Unlike the guys that called my fight.
I watched it. I called it.
Yeah, she's not turning that at all.
Yeah, because it changes the progression of the fight. It changes the language of the fight. It changes, you know, it comes into play very much. And you can see the aggression of Stanley and the effectiveness of Stanley, more so than the aggression even, is coming into play now. Because Stanley's able to land those shots. When Stanley gets close, she's able to do what she needs to do.
Final 30 seconds of our championship fight.
Look at the look on Stanley's face. My gosh.
So you want to be a bare knuckle boxer. Everyone in Hard Rock Live should be on their feet. What a show! Stanley and Juarez go the distance.
These girls are hanging. The fight close.
Yes. She came up late.
Yeah, for me, I had round 1 close. 2, 3, and 4 for Juarez for sure.
You talk about digging deep. I mean, this is like challenger deep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
I gotta say that it was the best bare knuckle fight I've ever seen.
Yeah. And 7 rounds. We go 7 rounds in our first ever BYB title fight.
And you know, we talked about you can't run away in the Trigon. I'll tell you what, Patty found a way.
And the thing is, if somebody would have told me the first ever BYB title fight in the Trigon was going to go the distance, I would have said, wow, it's going to wind up being a dud. This was far from a dud. Oh, far from a dud. They went 7 rounds and gave it everything they got and entertained thoroughly.
From the start. From the instant that they belt, bing, boom, they were trading.
And you know, I said this has the makings of a great rivalry. Well, you know what? We got it. I'd like to see this again.
I'd be happy to see it again.
Replays of the last round. You see, Juarez, many times earlier in the fight, she would have been throwing the right hand. There, she hesitated to throw it, and look at what happened. He got her caught, and that's exactly what I was saying about. Even if you try your adrenaline to just throw, you still bite down just enough, and you waste just enough of a second to get timed in the counter instead. That's the problem with having a hurt hand. See, Juarez trying there. She did get off a few, but for me, Stanley really had a lot of good work done in that round. This might be the highlights from the entire fight overall, right?
Yeah. And she was working the body a lot, Paulie and Benny early, but you catch an elbow with the bare
and it hurts worse.
And that's worse, right?
Yeah, it hurts worse.
That could definitely do damage, and I think she probably caught the elbow of Christine Stanley more than once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6. Let's find out who our first ever BYB Extreme Champion is. Here is Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the decision, let's have a great round of applause for 2 outstanding warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, after 7 rounds of championship bare knuckle boxing, we go to the scorecards. All 3 judges, Vicente Rodriguez, Michael Tate, and Rich Green Jr. score the bout 67-66. For the winner, by unanimous decision, now the first ever BYB lightweight champion, Patricia Patty Juarez.
Patricia Juarez is the lightweight world champion.
And rightfully so, Michael. Rightfully so.
What a fight, Benny. What a fight.
Boy, that, you know, when you talk about guts, you got Stanley. When you talk about skills, you got Juarez. And you mix that in, styles make fights.
That was a mixture of just about everything.
Well, let's give credit to Terrible. Eric Morales, who helped make this possible.
Nice
Thank you,
job.
Eric.
Paulie is with our first ever champion. Actually, he's going to talk to both fighters.
Okay, first of all, We can't give enough rounds of applause to these two girls. Everybody give another round of applause. What a show, what a show. For the first ever title fight in BYB history, what a show. Okay, Patricia, first of all, congratulations.
Felicidades.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the fight got off to a fast start and it never seemed to slow down. Did you expect this kind of pace? And if so, did you expect her to be able to deal with it?
Empezó rápido, tú esperabas ese paso de pelea y tú cómo pudiste trabajar con eso, ¿cómo le hiciste?
Pues tuve que esperar para checar cómo funcionaba todo, cómo boxeaba ella. De verdad que es una peleadora, wow,
She wanted to wait to see how she boxed and said what a fighter she is. But she wanted to wait and be patient.
Late in the fight, it seemed like she was even doubly aggressive, like she knew she needed the late rounds. We noticed your right hand, you weren't throwing it as much, you weren't throwing it as effectively. Was there a problem with your hand late in the fight?
No.
No problem.
No tuve problemas con ella. Yo creo que no la sentí en el momento. Todo
She
iba
said no,
para.
she didn't have any problems with her hand.
Did the pressure of Stanley surprise you late? The fact that she was doubling down on that pressure?
¿Cómo te presionó ella? ¿Te afectó? ¿Te sorprendió o tú lo esperabas?
Yo esperaba que fuera así la pelea. Traté de aplicar lo que me dijeron mis hermanas. Boxeo, boxeo, boxeo. Mi piel es más delicada y se inflama demasiado
She
rápido.
said she expected the pressure and she talked to her sisters prior to the fight and she did as they instructed.
Oh, congratulations on being the first BYB World Champion. Rematch? I know the crowd wants to know.
¿Cómo la ve? ¿Revancha?
Cuando ella quiera.
Whenever she wants.
We'll have a couple of words with Christine Stanley. There were no losers tonight. On the short end of a decision. Christine, how do you feel?
I don't know.
How did you have it scored in your corner? How did you guys feel?
I thought I had most of the rounds, and I know it was really important to win the late rounds in the championship fight. I thought I definitely took those last rounds, especially last round. I was never hurt. I know that she was hurt more in the fight, especially in the last round. I could see it. I don't know, man. I gotta look at the fight. Obviously, it was a war. I knew she was gonna be tough, and I don't know.
We know it's hard to find the words right now here. Everybody's emotional. A terrific, terrific fight. Trust me, this crowd cannot appreciate enough the war you girls both put on tonight. And I'm sure you guys all want to see a rematch. We'll see if promoter Mike Vasquez and BYB make the rematch, and I'm sure you do as well.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, I just want to say Patricia she's awesome, and I knew she was awesome, and respect, man. Thank you.
Great sportsmanship between these two combatants. Back to you, Mike.
One thing for certain. Christine Stanley, her heart is broken. But Benny, that is one huge heart that is broken.
Exactly, and she kept insisting on it, and she was not going to be denied, or so it seemed. But I thought, again, the skill set, the plan on the part of Juarez. Thank Barbie for that, was studying those films.
You got that right, and if my updates are correct, her baby sister's still in the ring trying to defend her belt. So one belt for Patricia. Let's see if there's a title defense in the Juarez family here tonight as well. Let's get it back up to Dave Bryan and Dada 5000.
All right, Goldie, thanks so much. Dada, best way to describe those fighters for me, warrior women.
Yes.
There was no give up at all. Keep in mind that Knuckle Stanley was hurt under her left eye in the first round. Juarez was hurt on the left cheek, as Paulie pointed out, the puncture wound in the first round.
I see.
This goes the distance, 7 rounds. Tough fighters.
Of course. Keep one thing in mind, Rhino, that these women are tougher than most men. You know, I mean, she could not see. I just got a close-up of that eye. You know, she could not see. She refused to lay down. She fought, and she was willing to go out on her shield. You know, I mean, that just may be fight of the night. We know who got knockout of the night. You know, this may be fight of the night if the main event don't upscale it.
In either Spanish or English, Patty Juarez had trouble speaking because she's swollen up. This is going to be a while to heal. She took a beating tonight and just kept on coming.
Yeah, but when you look at, her culture, when you look at her upbringing, she's from Mexico. These are some gladiators. They're tough. Her sister is, defending her title.
Big night for her.
She's bringing one back to Mexico. So, I mean, they're tough. They're warriors, and it's a hard-fought, deserving win for Suarez.
Main event is coming up. Rene Rodriguez, Matt Delanoit. No love lost between these two, to say the least. Rodriguez outspoken, talking about Matt Delanoit and his family, his young son, his wife. It was pretty rough, to say the least. Let's learn more about Matt Delanoit.
My name is Rene Rodriguez. My fighting name is White Boy, aka the Hialeah Champ. I've been fighting since 2009. I'm 14-0 in total in bare knuckle brawls. The only Hialeah Chico that beat so many people in Perrine. And that's why I went professional. I'm 38 years old. I lived in Miami most of my life. I've traveled a lot because my dad was always on the run. My childhood was kind of rough. What I can say is, thank you, stepmom, because she beat the shit out of me, dog. And because of her, she took all that fear. I was more of an angry little kid. I don't know, my life has been rough, man, and I think this is the best therapy ever, man. This is what I like, this is what I'm used to, you know what I'm saying? I feel comfortable doing bare knuckles, you know what I'm saying, better than boxing or MMA, because it comes natural to me. Shit, I love it, it's therapy. Bare knuckles is just not as brutal as the other sports. You could get knocked out in the first round or in the second round. It's the easiest sport, clean, and quick to go. When you come and fight me, I will give you a hell of a show. I'll give you a little salsa, a little merengue. If I blow a kiss at you and wink at you, I'll do that too. Being the main event it's the biggest thing of my life. I'm gonna fight some guy from Detroit. I think by beating Matt Delanoit is gonna get me into that rank where professional people are gonna look at me in a different view. I'm a street fighter, I don't talk shit, I'm a humble type of person. But if you're gonna talk shit, just talk it, you know what I'm saying? When we see each other, just keep on rapping. I'm here to fuck you up and get paid. I'm happy that I could take my kids for the first time to see me fight. My wife is gonna be there. I'm happy that White Boy gets the recognition that he gets. I'm happy that I went through my struggles and the struggles got me here today. Yo, this is White Boy, aka the Hialeah Champ. Go to July 16. I'm gonna be fighting at the Hard Rock Casino, knocking out Matt Delanoit.
Hialeah Champ himself, Rene Rodriguez, clearly pumped, clearly ready. He told us yesterday in our fighting meeting that there might be 2 dozen, 3 dozen. I mean, there are so many fans rooting him on here tonight. He's got that home court advantage, doesn't he?
Yes, he does have the home court advantage, and that right there is very good for him. White Boy's a skilled fighter. Matt Delanoit is a slugger, a brawler. This is an awesome recipe for the month that we're in, the 4th of July, because this fight is going to be explosive.
Matt Delanoit wants to end this fight quickly. Rene Rodriguez would like to take him the distance. Let's see how this one plays out. Let's go back to the Trigon ring.
Our main event of the evening, our tail of the tape. One man has advanced. Who will face Jomi Escoboza in the finals of our cruiserweight tournament? Paulie, the tail of the tape, Rene Rodriguez and Matt Delanoit.
The main thing that really stands out here, Delanoit has a 2-inch advantage at 6'1" to 5'11" of Rodriguez, but Rodriguez has a 1-inch reach advantage, so maybe it'll nullify that. We will see. Everything else is similar, as a 38 and a 37-year-old are in the Trigon tonight.
Ready to get things going.
And now, ready to make his way to the Trigon, from the blue corner, Matt Delanoit.
Delanoit. The message to
The crowd. Yeah. 41 professional MMA bouts. 89% finish rate. 37-year-old Matt Delanoit, born in Iowa, fighting out of Omaha, Nebraska, has trained quite often with Grover Wiley. We mentioned him a little bit earlier when Jozette Cotton was in the Trigon, the last man to face off against Julio Cesar Chavez back in 2005 in Phoenix. We know one thing, Delanoit is vicious, he's violent, and he is very visceral with his fighting. That said, he attacks, and he attacks immediately.
Well, like he says, I come here to finish fights.
Yes.
His total bare knuckle career in 2 wins is 2 minutes, 11 seconds. So this is the guy that comes looking for that knockout. He's got a big right hand, but it's that sneaky left hook, believe it or not, that produces the knockouts.
And now, ready to make his way to Trigon from the red corner, Rene Rodriguez.
Rene White Boy Rodriguez. And he has brought his entourage. Luis King Kong Ortiz. What an incredible heavyweight champion. Actually had his pro debut right here back in 2010 inside the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. The Monster Diaz, the fastest knockout victory in combat sports history. A 3-second knockout at BKFC 14 is here, supporting Rene Rodriguez, as is Yuniseki Gonzalez, 20-3, 16 knockouts with his fiancée, Dana Brooke, a star at Monday Night Raw. Rene Rodriguez, Matt Delanoit, the winner to fight Jomi Escoboza.
And Rodriguez just went to go slap 5 to Delanoit. Delanoit just gave him 2 middle fingers.
That is one of the things with MMA and bare knuckle that you're able to do. With boxing gloves, you can do it, but it does no good because
nobody's going to see you. Nobody's going to get that message.
Good point, Mike.
Thank you. Bob.
You can do the old up yours Italian style.
There you go, yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, our final bout is brought to you by BYB Extreme in association with Karmacoin. This is your main event of the evening. 5 3-minute rounds of professional bare knuckle boxing in the cruiserweight division. The 3 judges scoring at ringside: Rich Green, Manuel Marquez Jr., and Michael Tate. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks with red and blue trim. He weighed in at 186 pounds. He is undefeated in his professional career, 2 wins, no losses. From Omaha, Nebraska, here is Matt MFD Delanoit. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks with blue and white trim. He weighed in at 186 pounds. He is also undefeated in his professional career, 14 wins, no losses. From Miami, Florida, here is Rene White Boy Rodriguez. with the instructions.
Right here. Right here. Right here. All right, gentlemen, we went through the rules in the back. You will give me a good, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands. Both your trunks are fine. I don't want to see any punches on the line. If you want to touch them, do it now. If not, go back to your corner and we'll get it started. Good luck. God bless.
Oh, baby.
That's some bad blood, man.
That is some bad, bad blood. There were some things said about spouses pre-fight. Let's just say that. That is out of bounds. Rene Rodriguez, Matt Delanoit, our main event of the evening. Here we go. White boy in the red rings. Big right hand early. Delanoit in the blue. Oh, Rodriguez coming out aggressively.
Neither guy wants to take a step back.
No way. Nice jab.
Shot there by Rodriguez, but not nice little uppercuts there by Delanoit as well. And the blood starts flowing predictably.
I'll tell you what, Rodriguez is looking for the quick.
Oh, he's got him. Oh, Delanoit got him. I think Delanoit has to hold. I think Delanoit has to hold right now.
Yeah.
Well, Delanoit's too upright. That's been his problem. Look at it. When he even tries to defend, he leans straight back. You can't do that.
Yeah, and when he misses, he's a sitting duck because he stands straight up.
Good for him getting up. He tricked me.
Paulie, watch the way Delanoit lifts his left leg. He lifts his left leg every time he's going to throw a punch.
Yeah, it's too high. You're right. He's got to slide forward. And he's also landing heel first instead of toe first.
And this is a guy in Rene Rodriguez who's gone the distance in both of his fights inside the Trigon.
Right hand there by Rodriguez.
Now Delanoit
too close. He's walking into shots. He's got to understand his range is a little bit further than that. He won't punch unless he gets too close, and by that point, you're in Rodriguez's range. Not understanding how to use his height advantage here.
Because he can't get any kind of leverage on those shots. None at all.
More big shots from Rodriguez.
Rodriguez is ready to counter with that right hand consistently.
He's found a home for that, so he's just biding his time now. And he's starting to time it, because again, he lifts that left leg every time he's going to throw that shot. And you got time there to go ahead and counter.
The way he went down made me think of Mike Trujillo early. And the fact that Delanoit got up, good on him. Because he got rocked.
He's standing too straight up again, Benny. To your point. Even the referee took a shot. Even the referee, Bill Clancy. And now Rodriguez is apologizing. Bill Clancy not gonna have that. Bill Clancy's first time refereeing the Trigon tonight, guys.
Well, we know Bill Clancy can take a shot.
Yeah, he's got a chin.
Yep. What a start to our main event.
Good shot by Delanoit.
Wow.
Good round for Rodriguez and good on Delanoit for getting through that. And good on Bill Clancy too. I tell you, Bill Clancy took a harder shot there than the shot Morgan took earlier in the night that said he could, that made him stop fighting.
That's fair.
And Bill was roughing that fight, so he knows.
You know, I'm going to keep harping on this, but that left leg coming up, Paulie, he doesn't
It could prove to be his undoing, yeah. Well, you know what it is? Because you got to push from the back foot when you come forward. You push off the back foot to bring you forward. When your leg is coming up that high, that means you're not pushing off the back foot. You're stepping with the front foot.
And that's how he's getting caught with a counter, because he can't go anywhere.
Yeah, it looks like you're stepping with your front foot, but in reality, you're pushing your back foot forward, and you're pushing it off your back foot, and it's pushing your body forward. That was a really hard knockdown. But over the big right hand there by Rodriguez to get that knockdown.
The way he went down, I thought the body had
right off the
totally
chin, yeah.
stiffened, guys.
And I'll tell you, good on Rodriguez how he set that up. You saw he kind of used that forearm. Watch him use the forearm here. Actually, that's the end of the round. Use the forearm to create that space. And of course, Delanoit stayed straight up. Oh, big shot.
They both go down.
That was a big shot and a good right hand there by Delanoit. Look at this. Rodriguez is hurt. Rodriguez is hurt. He said he's going to be knocked down.
It's over. Oh, my goodness.
That's going to be a problem by the fans, though. That's the problem. But you know what? I don't think he knew where he was.
Over, it wasn't. When I didn't think it over, it was.
I don't know what he said, but he asked him a question, and Bill Clancy did not like the answer. That was a simultaneous punch that landed.
That was Carlos Condit, Dan Hardy.
Watch at the same time. They both landed at the same time.
Yep.
Now, when he got up from there, he said something. Bill Clancy asked him a question, and he did not like the answer that Rene gave him.
Take a look at the finish again, and Bill Clancy just came over to talk to us here at the commentating table. And Benny, you tell us what he just shared with us.
Okay, so he started the count, and he's counting. So he's counting all the way through. He'll get to 9. And then he asked him, do you want to continue? And then he says, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? But then he's got to keep counting.
Right.
So that's 10.
That's 10. Man, Delanoit gets rocked early, gets up, and here is a look at the count again. Watch it.
See, that's when he'd already reached 10. He had already reached 10, and he kept asking him again, do you want to continue to fight? And he kept saying, what's going on? What's going on? That's not a definitive answer. That's not the answer the referee's looking for.
Absolutely. Crazy. He came and explained it to us. He said, you want to know what's going on? And we showed you clearly the count.
Explained it to us. He said he kept counting.
And so Matt Delanoit will fight Jomi Escoboza. Here's Bob Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a great round of applause for both warriors, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, your referee in charge, Bill Clancy, calls a halt to the bout at 22 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by TKO, still undefeated,
We have Mike Delanoit, the winner here. Mike,
Everybody's telling me to be a fucking professional.
Congratulations on the win, Mike. What was your take on that stoppage?
My take on this whole show, you got the red card getting nothing but promo after promo after promo. I gotta be respectful, and look what the fuck I gotta deal with. All you motherfuckers can line up and suck my fucking dick, okay? I knocked him the fuck out. He didn't know where the fuck he was at. I don't give a fuck, okay? I want to thank Twin J, Dynasty Concrete, Addy Sports Bar and Grill, Complete Industries, Soldier Sports, Jake Kurtz Painting, Sippin' Sirens, Edwards Auto, Continental Manufacturing, Prism Signs, MonarchTires.com, and GW fucking Contracting. Because when the storm hits, we're the fucking shit, all right?
Mike Delanoit, congratulations on a big win. I'm gonna get you out of here. Thank you,
sir. Appreciate it, Paulie.
What a way to finish the night. Matt Delanoit from Omaha, Nebraska, declared the winner by TKO 22 seconds in to the second round. As my fellow announcers make their way back to our set, not far from the Trigon here in Hollywood, Florida.
Guys, Mike.
Shocking, surprising.
The final, guys.
Rene Rodriguez, the Hialeah champ, the white boy himself, looked like he was winning the fight. Had the advantages he needed. Got the early knockdown of Matt Delanoit. Benny Ricardo's here. Goldie's back. Dada will be joining us in a moment. Benny, how surprised are you right now?
Well, you know, in some ways I am surprised, and in some ways, again, you know, there's a certain etiquette, there's a certain protocol in boxing, and Bill counted, and he started the count. So what Rene should have done is recognize that the count was on, and then you got to give the right answer. When a referee asks you, do you want to continue after you already reached 10, and he says,
you have to be definitive, bottom line.
Right. He's saying, what's going on? What's going on? That's not the answer that Bill Clancy was looking for. And so therefore he had to stop the fight.
Sends the place into an uproar. The bottom line, this was a pro Rodriguez crowd here. Gentlemen, bottles of water were thrown from one end of the arena to the other. Order restored, thankfully.
And, you know, I just want to talk to Dada on this, though. And Dada, in a backyard fight, okay, is there a countdown?
No. What we do is this. A person could be technically knocked out while they're still on their feet. Then, you know, we'll give them, you know, a standing 8. You know, and when you look at what I just seen, you know, you guys are absolutely, you know, right. You have to be responsive. When the officials say, hold your hands up, walk to me, you know, you have to do that. You know, and he didn't.
Tough way for the night to end, gentlemen, especially in the...
Because he was winning, clearly.
Main event. He was. I thought he had the scorecard pretty much dominated. But Goldie, here we are. Bottom line is, you guys make your way back to the set.
I was just joking with these guys. Probably about 5,000 MMA bouts I called. I had one premature. It's all over. My first night of BYB Extreme, I thought Delanoit was done. I was like, it is all over. What? No.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. And then when I didn't think it was all over, Paulie, it actually was.
A memorable night at the Trigon.
Yes.
Paulie, how the fighters look down there? What do you think?
You know, it was a little bit tense. I was in there. I was trying to get the referee, Bill Clancy. I know everybody wanted to hear from the referee, Bill Clancy, and I wanted to let everybody else hear Bill Clancy's side of the story, but the commission would not let him do the interview, so I couldn't force it. Then I thought, you know what, if the referee doesn't get his words in, it's better off that I don't let both guys say something. Let me just give the winner, Delanoit, a couple of words, and let me get out of here, because originally I wanted to talk to the ref and then give both guys a chance to say there's peace. But once I couldn't get the referee in there to justify it to everybody else, I'm like, if I let both of them talk, we could have a riot here. So I just gave Delanoit a couple of words. Jomi Escoboza wanted to get in there too, but by the time he got in there, my mic wasn't working anymore.
Fought already.
But I want to get something clear, Mike Dada, on this. Okay, you got the Thai plum.
Yes.
You know, we talked about during the fight. So he goes down and he takes a knee.
Oh, earlier,
okay?
yes.
He takes a knee. Bill Clancy, that's not a knockdown. Shouldn't a guy be penalized for taking a knee, trying to avoid that tie plum?
Yeah, almost just like what we seen earlier, you know, when the guy, you know what I'm saying, took the high road when he still could have fought.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct, you know.
But how is that not a knockdown when your knee touches the ground?
Well, if your knee hits the ground, you know, you got to get the count. You got to put the.
Bill said it didn't.
Well,
even
if nothing, the thing is, it wasn't from a punch. He just didn't want to be in that situation. Unfortunately, it's a gray area that might have to be addressed in bare knuckle boxing in general, because it's a gray area where the shot didn't cause him to go down, but the fact that he knew he was stuck in the plum and he was about to take more punishment just made him say, you know what, let me take a knee. And the knee got him free because no punch caused a knockdown. So all of a sudden he got himself a break out of there where he would have otherwise been stuck. So it's a gray area that I feel might need to be addressed in the rule book, I guess. I don't blame Bill Clancy because he's just going by the rules at the moment, but maybe the rule needs to be slightly adjusted. It's something we might have learned tonight.
Well, while it's the oldest form of combat, it's still evolving. And we're in the early stages, and I was blessed to witness the early stages of MMA and how the unified rules grew and changed, and, you know, a downed opponent and a three-point stance. You could still strike, but you could not strike them to the head. So much to Paulie's point, and Paulie and Benny, we talked about it at the table. You guys, I said, all right, if this were an MMA match, he could have still kneed him in the gut. He could have punched him in the stomach. Could have taken him down the rest of the way. Just can't hit him in the head. So you can't bail yourself out of the clinch, like Paulie's saying, just by taking a knee, because we're utilizing the clinch in bare knuckle boxing, obviously, Dada, to make it different, to make it a different form of combat, because first of all, you don't have gloves on, so you can use the clinch, and secondly, inside boxing is pretty darn fun to watch.
And Mike, it's a good point too, because you said it's always evolving. I wasn't around 125 years ago when the first bare knuckle fights were, 150 years ago, right? So I don't know if they allowed the clinch and the punch like that, the dirty boxing. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But what's happened in that time? The advent of MMA has come in. So this is just, if you don't give the option of that tie plum, you know, you kind of alienate the MMA side of the sport, because this is kind of a hybrid where you're bringing the boxing and the MMA together. So you've got to give the MMA guys some kind of advantage over the guys who are strictly boxers, and that is their advantage. So if somebody can escape it just by taking a knee, it has to be addressed a little bit better in the rule book.
Move.
Yeah.
Definitely. You know, bare knuckle is the gray area between MMA and boxing. When we talk about contractual obligations, I think that also needs to be implemented in to the paperwork when these guys sign the contract. That you got to come out here and give 100%. You have to, you know, and I think that when you do not, you know, you leave an outlet.
So we're finals are set with Jomi Escoboza. Obviously, he will fight Matt Delanoit. What a great women's championship fight. We'll break much more down when we return here to Hard Rock Live. It was really low and I couldn't get to it. So when we next see you, this will be our main event of the evening. It will be the finals of our cruiserweight tournament. Jomi Escoboza and Matt Delanoit. September 10th, BYB 7, main event of the evening. Gonna be a fun one. Obviously, Delanoit comes to fight. We saw a different kind of fight tonight, Benny, from Jomi Escoboza than we had seen in the past, and that is because Melo is one tough Brazilian.
They call him Melo Yellow. Boy, he was tough. He had, I mean, it was just amazing. I mean, you talk about that fight IQ.
Yes.
This guy could counter everything, and Escoboza is a highly talented fighter. But yet, Melo found the way to bring the street to bare knuckle fighting, and that's exactly what it ended up using. But now that I have you, Dada, I want to clear up one more gray area. If a fighter loses her cup, is he disqualified?
Good one, because we didn't have none in the backyard. But safety, you know, you probably want to do what he did.
I have never seen that. Over 10,000 fights.
Well, he forgot it to begin with.
I've never seen a cup be lost.
He forgot it. He forgot it to begin with, so I feel like he just borrowed something in the back.
Yeah.
Bottom line, guys, for me, my thoughts up here. Very disappointing night for Rene Rodriguez.
Yes.
He was winning the fight. He had the hometown advantage. This place was rocking, especially we had the early knockout in the first round, knockdown in the first round. For him, pulling for him. Tough to see him lose this way. But we've got a hero and we got a villain coming up for BYB Extreme 7. We got a white hat and a black hat. And Delanoit, pretty much everyone here hates that guy.
Yeah.
Great fighter. Great fighter. Against Jomi, who's a tremendous fighter too, but is going to have that hometown advantage if it's right back here in Hollywood, Florida. I can't wait for that. So the stage is set.
Yes.
In my opinion.
And the best thing about, as we give some final thoughts before we tell you fight of the night and then knockout of the night, final thought, Dada, on that is that Rene came out more aggressively than we've ever seen before, because his other two fights he won, but he went the distance.
Yes, and he wanted to break that cycle because he was starting to get known, you know, as the distance guy, you know, because we have a 98% TKO KO finish rate, right? Aside from stuff going to a decision occasionally, but the majority of the fights, they're finished. He went twice, so he says tonight I'm going to finish it. And I really got to add this in. I feel that it's not debatable for him to say, hey, listen, I want the winner out of Jomi and Delanoit. I think he should be the #1 contender for that title.
Melo could make an argument too, the way he fought tonight. Yeah. I'll tell you what, guys, it was an absolute joy to be welcomed to the team this evening. The women's championship fight, outstanding, and no surprise, guys, it is our fight of the night. But our knockout of the night was that Puerto Rican from Boston who can truly be a superstar. Isaiah Quinones, he's got the personality, he's got the looks, he's got the skills, he's intelligent. The backstory is just, it'll break your heart, but then it'll warm your soul to see what he's doing now, Paulie.
Charismatic guy, personable, knows how to speak, good-looking guy, so he's marketable in a lot of different ways. Most importantly, you have all the intangibles. You got to have the centerpiece, and that's you got to know how to fight. And not only can he fight, he can obviously punch. So he's got all the intangibles and the tangibles as well. This guy is one of those guys that you look forward to seeing in the future, and certainly the knockout of the night tonight.
And Christine Stanley was obviously heartbroken, Benny, but Patricia Juarez, amazing performance. But let's watch Isaiah's work again, because that was that. And you know what? I got to blame it on Isaiah a little bit that I thought Matt was done, because Matt went down, you know, similar to Isaiah's
being on tilt.
Yeah, it was on tilt. So, you know, it was an absolute bomb of a hand, and it was a thing of beauty. And that's the thing. It was boxing at its best. It was the straight right that we had talked about, and he used it, worked it, and boom. And Mike Trujillo was done. And we had talked about how he was working that straight right, and he lands it right on the button, and night over for Mike Trujillo, who is one tough human being. So we see the same thing later with Delanoit, and that wasn't the same. Fight of the night, though, and now we can really wrap our arms around two tremendous fighters, two tough women who did BYB Extreme right in our first ever title fight. And that is Christine Stanley and Patricia Juarez, guys, going the 7-round distance.
What a battle.
I mean, unbelievable. And Paulie, you talked about how her right hand was getting sore. Christine came on late, Benny, and she was starting to push the pace. It ended up 68-67 on the scorecards, but the early work that was done by Patricia Juarez, and I'm not sure if baby sister defended her title or not yet. It was still in progress when we were downstairs earlier, but what a night. And I saw Patricia Juarez in the locker room, and her hand's about 4 times bigger than it was when we saw her yesterday in the fighter meetings. But, you know, you talk about Bareknuckle, you talk about the Trigon, you talk about the smallest area in combat sports, but she showed the world again that boxing skill can lead you to victory and put a championship belt around your waist. So one belt awarded tonight. Congratulations to Patricia Juarez. Then in September, when we come back, Friday, September 10th, we will have the championship of the Cruiserweight tournament. Our second belt will go to either Jomi Escoboza or Matt Delanoit. For Dave Ryan, Dada 5000, Benny Ricardo, and Paulie Malignaggi. This is Mike Goldberg saying so long. I'm ready to say this. Until next time, we see you right back here inside the Trigon.